because I think the other two players, I'm not sure about one of them. As I said, I got the first mail from him, but did not get a reply when I asked him a few things. He might have decided to go over to some other table, and I'm afraid that Rob is probably just asleep. He is usually very punctual. I've played with him on multiple occasions. So, with that in mind, we'll just get started, and if...
Can you link me to my character, or...?
Yes. Let's see. Putting voices to faces, I think that was Mark.
It was on the white background.
Alton High Hill, yeah. There we go. You know, this would be so much easier to put voices to faces if we could distribute it so that every table has people with 6 different, very different accents. That'd be awesome. I'll take what I can get. Okay, well, we got here, and here we got Elton. These are the 4 of you. No doggy this time, apparently. Oh, you're going into the wrong group. This is the group that's actually made it. Yep, it's past. I don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer, so I'm going to say that the final 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, however long it takes, of people having a chance to get themselves in here is while you do character introductions. And everybody in Hangouts, yes. Let's just do the good old-fashioned way of left to right, starting with Brian.
Okay. I am Fellstone, dwarf. Specialize really in punching people. Not much else to say, really.
It's a good skill to know. And then we're going to go to the one that
He's not going to be the party face. So
I'm sure somebody.
Theon? Theon is a half-orc cleric of Shellin, and he says, "Hello, I would like to share with you the love of Shellin. That is all."
I think we're going to get along fine. Brief, probably.
Well, Val is a human, a quite good-looking human bard, and he says, "Well met, friends. It's nice to meet you. I'm sure I don't have to introduce myself because certainly you've heard of me, as I am a world-renowned storyteller and adventurer. I, in particular, specialize in and have had a bit of extra training in archery, and but don't let that overshadow my vast knowledge and charismatic storytelling ability."
bringing us to Mark.
Alright, I'm Alton, just around to find traps and disarm them. I don't know you, Val. Probably has something to do with the best friend rock I have. But I've been living under.
I'm astounded. You haven't even heard the story of how I and a group of adventurers took down a black dragon all by ourselves?
I have now.
It was amazing.
It was epic.
I don't know that much about black dragons, but it surely must have been an ancient black dragon. Massive.
It was massive indeed.
Everything is massive to me.
He still looks too pretty to have tangled with an ancient black dragon. Must have been a baby.
Shall I roll bluff?
Well, everybody's heard the story of what just happened at the Grand Lodge just yesterday and 4 years ago, and time is strange in Golarion. You're going to be starting out in Absalom for those of you who missed that bit earlier, but we're going to let you buy whatever you want, but you will also get an opportunity to buy things very soon, because the scenario is going to start with sending you right into the action. So, if you've got any last-minute purchases, you can do them now, but I'll also just tell you, because it's simpler that way, that there is going to be one last chance to do so in the scenario introduction. Well, you four are in for some luck. I don't suppose you've heard of the grinning pixie, the floating lodge that Venture Captain Calisso Benari has.
It sounds familiar.
Well, as I said, you're in for a bit of luck, as she has invited you out to go on a fun and completely non-dangerous cruise to get to know her ship firsthand, being junior pathfinders. She'd like to get to know you better and invite you on a cruise. Nothing difficult, no danger, nothing like that. Of course not. We're just going on a fun cruise. She keeps repeating, "Just meet me in the morning at the ship, and we'll get started."
Can I detect traps?
You can detect plot traps. Well, anywho, you of course are very excited. Venture Captain Calisso Benari has been quite noted of late due to all of the expeditions he has mounted, bringing Pathfinders along to various places. She's been showing up in the Chronicles recently. And now I'm going to hit you with a large block of text. Muscular and imposing in a green-dyed long coat, tunic, and puffed trousers, the half-orc Venture Captain Calisso Benari kicks out a chair for herself from under the massive oak table of the center of her well-furnished cabins and sits down. Welcome to the Pixie Pathfinders. Enjoy your tour while it lasts, because by Sunday night you'll be off the boat. We're a day's sail away from a rendezvous with a Pazaki whaler, the Patience, which has permits to cross the Chelish blockade to fish. That town's been locked down since the people upended the Empire's government 5 years ago, and those permits are hard to come by. We'd teleport you into Pezak if the damned devil folk didn't have the place blanketed with spies. So instead, we'll throw you into the hold with a Patience catch. Which is good for you, trust me, because nobody in that town smells any better than you will. She then leans forwards and whispers gruffly, "You'll be dropped off to my contact at the Academy of Applied Magic, Professor Kalizandrex Popo. Judging by the name, he is obviously a gnome, yes. He'll help you track down a trapped pathfinder named Allendale. He's been stuck in town for 5 years, and your job is to get him out. Be careful who you talk to, though, and how you ask questions. That place is more volatile than Gorham on a bender, and the more you poke around, the more likely you'll be the next to burn it down. The venture captain pulls out a sheet of nautical charts at a case at her hip and unfurls them on the table. Well, as for getting you out of town, I know a thing or two about the sailing patterns on the ships around here. The Pixie can pick a ground the north coast of here for a week before Abergale's folk come asking questions. The venture captain smirks as she continues. In case you haven't noticed, the Pixie, well, she looks an awful lot like a pirate vessel. And the Cellist Navy don't exactly welcome pirates with open arms. You better be back here by then. Any questions? And she smiles.
Nope.
Really?
What do we know about Allendale? How did he get trapped?
Well, he's an old friend of Venture Captain Drendel Drang. And when Drang wants someone smuggled out of a blockade, I don't argue. And seeing as how he's an old friend of Drang's, he's probably somewhat capable, but he hasn't managed to get himself out of this one yet. The Cellist Navy has set up quite the blockade.
Do we know what this guy looks like?
Well, not exactly. He isn't exactly advertising the fact that he's a pathfinder or such. I believe he has adopted a disguise in town. So that might be slightly difficult, but if you see somebody who happens to flash you a Pathfinder badge when you're alone, I'm pretty sure you've got your man.
So this place has no problem with us walking around with Pathfinder identification?
Oh, they do. They have a lot of problem with that. I mean, they'll attack you in the streets. But like I said, if you manage to find out who Allendale is, track him down, the only real way I suppose you could identify him without, that's actually a good observation, though. I'm sure Popo knows what his current disguise is. You should ask him. He'll help you track him down.
And where is he?
Well, that's where we're going to be depositing you, the Academy of Applied Magic. We're going to smuggle you in there with the whaling vessel. The smell may be a little bit bad, but trust me, like I said, nobody in town smells much better. Just, yeah.
So Papo's going to know what this other guy looks like.
I'm betting on that, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how are we going to introduce ourselves to Popo?
Well, when he searches through the fish that comes into his place and finds you, that should be enough. We have managed to magically send him word of your arrival, okay. And there is this. He's a strange one. He has there was a message he sent. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe you can make some sense of it at all. Many faces fail to find the path. Send the worthless ones my last request for a vacation. There's something else too, but I can't tell if it's code or a diversion. Noodles, the highest form of poetry. Point all slave masters to my lost memory. This guy's kind of weird. I have no idea if this is actually some sort of code or if he's stark raving mad. And let's see if I happen to have one of these lovely post these things so you can copy them down, and we'll assume that you just remember them, but you're not entirely certain what they mean. Nor is the venture captain. That's what he sent over to the Grand Lodge, along with he's been in correspondence with Drang, Allendale being a friend of his. I'm sure Popple has some sort of plan of how to find him and how to get you out of there. Like I said, don't take too long though. I can only stay here for a week. And if that doesn't work, well, let's just say it's a long walk.
How do we get out to you?
I'm sure Poppo has some sort of way of doing that. Probably just send you back with a whaling ship. I mean, it's probably the safest route. He might have some other idea. But unfortunately, these blasted magical means of communication are only so and so many words long that what we know is he has a plan.
140 characters or less.
Yeah. Annoying, those blasted message spells. Can barely Twitter them. So, have fun in town. Don't set off another revolution, because that would be bad. Oh, and good luck. I have a slight feeling you're gonna need it. But before you go, though, I have some information for you. Some more information for you. We're gonna be there tomorrow. You might want to do some trading with the people on the boat. You see, the town has been blockaded for 5 years. I'm sure you all know the story of the town, right?
No.
Anybody happen to have knowledge history?
I am a bard.
Nope.
I have knowledge everything. Not very good at history, though.
Well, you don't know this, but she says, well, 5 years ago, a combination of Hell Knights, guards loyal to the Empire, and Strix burned the city of Pezek to the ground in a battle known as the Second Ashes. The Chelish Navy established a blockade on Pezek that persists to this day. And that is what you know. And she might be able to tell you something about Pezek itself, or if you want to roll me another one of those knowledge checks, this one time for local, you might actually... Oh! You happen to know everything that's going on in Pezek at the moment. Pezek is a coastal town in Cheliax. Its most prominent industry is whaling. 4 factions vie for power in Pezek. The Idealist, White Thistles. I'm going to give you a slight hint that this is something you might want to write down. I can post this in the chat. The Idealistic White Thistles, the Anarchist Galtons, the commerce-minded people of Darktown, and the Loyalists, whose allegiance lies first and foremost with the Empire of Cheliax. The town is under a strict blockade from the Chelish Navy, and only whaling ships with the appropriate permits are allowed to pass in and out of the struggling city's harbor. The naval blockade is particularly effective at hindering trade in Pezek, because overland trade out of town is nearly impossible. A race of bird-like humanoids known as Strix control the mountains, and their hatred for humans makes them a constant threat. And you also know a little bit about these 4 factions. So I'm going to post it. I will post that into chat for you to copy down, but you'll get to know it. Docktown, representing the stranded merchants in Fat Harbor, the tiefling mayor, Brooke, wants economic dominance over Pezak, a greedy oligarchy made easier by the town's well-honed smugglers and perpetual unrest. The Galtons, violent revolutionaries fronted by the Grey God and their Habar Curl. Pezak's pack of Galton rebels want the town's freedom to spring from the blood of dead loyalists, and anyone who might be aligned with them. The loyalists of Pezak, still loyal to the Chelish crown, believe that there can be no peace until the rulership of the city is returned to its diabolical masters. Then there are the White Thistles, the idealists, led by Amelia Raxton, who want a unified, free Pezak and hope to win over the other factions' hearts and minds through verse and acts of daring do. These are the 4 factions of the city. They might play a major role in the upcoming scenario, with brand new ways for me to deal with that. Anywho, right, so as you may have known, also the fact that it's been blockaded for 5 years means that your gold is about as useful in that town as a bag of rocks. If you want to actually get anything in that town, if you want to bribe anybody, if you want to buy anything, if you want to, well, do anything, if you need to stop by an inn or something, you're going to need to barter. The town relies entirely upon bartering. And we brought along some stuff for you to do that. The most common and most popular items usually bartered in town are rations or trade goods that everybody needs. And we have enough on this ship so that you can get as much of that as you want. And before you set out, basically, you may purchase as many pounds of trade goods as you want for 10 gold pieces per pound.
Okay.
And if you wish to, that's going to be very interesting. You're going to be, if you're going to be dealing with any merchants, from what I've heard in town, people don't exactly hang up signs with prices there. It's going to come down to bartering, like in the old days. You're going to have trade goods in pounds, and if you want something, you're going to have to try and negotiate a price.
I want 10 pounds. Stay on.
10 pounds of stuff. That'll be 100 gold pieces. And you can basically... it's rations, sundries, all sorts of things. But I can tell you now that anything after... if anything you haven't spent at the rest of the adventure, you can basically get some mundane gear for, basically. Or rations. You can have hundreds of days of rations on you if you want. Anybody else? I made sure my quartermaster brought along half a ton, just to be sure.
I will take 20 gold, or 20 pounds.
20 gold.
Less than that. 5.
5 pounds. That's 50 gold. That's 10 gold per pound.
I will take... let me write this down. I will take 10 pounds as well.
Alright. I've got a bunch of interesting things on you. Food and things you consider ordinary household items back at...
Booze.
Yep, lots of booze. It's kind of like prison, you know? It's food, booze. I'm not sure how Galarian is with that. There's probably cigars rather than... I don't think anybody's actually discovered the cigarette. Pipe weed, that sort of thing. But it all counts for the same. For the purposes of the scenario, we'll just be dealing with pounds of goods. And the exchange rate for you is going to be 10 gold per pound. But it's up to your bartering skills how good a deal you can get on items.
I guess I'll buy 50 gold as well with the stuff as well.
So everybody is happy with their purchases? Excellent. Well, let's a quick going over of factions. Doopy doopy doop. See if any of you have any. Grand Lodge, Exchange, and Silver Crusade. Okay.
Oh, just got a message from David. He was asleep.
Oh, well, tell him to jump in. There's still no encounter started.
Yeah, we haven't done any encounters yet.
Yeah.
And he can read through the history. I discovered that it has all of the text from when you launched this readable.
All of the... Yeah, he can read through everything, basically.
I can see Val's testing of his macros.
It's also Silver Crusader. The only Liberty's Edge person who
Liberty's Edge
is not here. You would have gotten such a fun letter. Oh well. Let me see.
My Liberty's Edge character is far too high level for this. And also not core.
Yeah. I'll need to work on that. Need to get up to 7 core characters to have one of each faction. I'm only at 4. Oh well, eventually. Silver Crusade, Grand Lodge, Exchange, and Dark Archives. Need Liberty's Edge, Scarab Sages, Sovereign Court. I'm just going to give David a minute or two to pop in. He has the link, right?
I'm just sending it to him now.
I hope I emailed it to him originally.
Adventuring in a nation other than Absalom. Check.
Yes. Check. Cheliax.
Oh, we should check and see what we have for Grand Lodge.
You automatically get go to Cheliax if you haven't done that before. And there might be some other fun things you can do.
Let's see, Grand Lodge. Adventure in a nation other than Absalom?
Can't forego a job check my ass.
Yeah, it's good if you happen to actually be a scribe. Otherwise, it's harder.
This isn't Mendev we're going to though, right?
No, you're on your way to the almost westernmost point of Cheliax. I don't think I have a map I can actually show you. Fortunately, it is...
I think we should go with the Docktown people, because it's always the dock people that are like, they run the town.
See.
Who runs Barter Town?
Oh, can't copy that image from the PDF.
Why not?
At least not without. But you're in Cheliax, and if you happen to have the wonderful Inner City World Guide or anything else, or just plain a map of Golarion, it is one of the westernmost points of Cheliax. It's close to an...
So does that count as an elimination?
Yes, still counts as Cheliax. That's what Cheliax is saying anyway. Although the locals disagree.
Okay, David is not joining us. He's on another table, apparently.
Okay.
Jerk.
He would have taken care of all the encounters for you. He was going to join with a level 5. Oh well. Let's get moving, because we only have 4 hours to do this now. But that's okay. This scenario is... We've used up all our free time, but we'll still take a little break in the middle and such.
Here, this link has Pezak on it.
Oh, it does. Oh, awesome. You can see it. There's like a pincer there, and you can see that it's the bottom part of the pincer where Pezek is. It's a very nice map. Although I can't see Pezek on it.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yes I can.
Drag it.
There it is. Oh, there it is. That's a cool map. Mapsofgolarion.com. That's easy to remember. Okay. Well then, you've got all your provisions. You've got your assignment. Nobody awakens the following morning with a letter under their pillow from the Liberty's Edge or Dark Archives, so that'll save us some time, actually. It's not too bad. The new moon and clouds keep the pre-dawn sky dark as the pixie sidles up to the Patience. The ragged whalers silently pull person after person from their hold of scant fish. Emaciated elderly people, several haggard-looking young men and women, and even a trio of children, each of them looking like they've gone years without rest, as they listlessly cross the plank, joining the ships. Venture Captain Benari welcomes the refugees in a booming voice as her crew sets to work bringing provisions to the newcomers. The Patience's crew lacks their ship's namesake as they hurriedly wave you over to replace the refugees in the holds. Come on now. Gotta hide you among the fish. Only way we'll get you into town. And for the next hour, it's going to be quite dark. It's going to be a very fishy situation. You see fish.
Yes, I am getting used to the darkness.
Yes.
Because I heard in a tavern that I might be experiencing more darkness soon.
Interesting observation. It takes you about an hour in the rather cramped and unpleasant quarters before you notice that the ship stops. Then several crew members, you can hear, unceremoniously start scooping and dumping fish into a large wagon, you included, to not draw attention to you. They swiftly wheel the wagon that all 4 of you are now in different wagons covered in fish across the town's poorly maintained cobblestones. Within a half hour, a trapdoor in the wagon spills you all and the fish out of its underside down a metal chute and into a place into some sort of building where where a gnome throws open a door as soon as he hears you land and helps you to your feet. And he introduces himself as Popo. And it's a lovely looking gnome.
Sweet beard.
Sweet eyebrows.
It's split me like Nephthys' eyebrow. I'm genuinely surprised the Pathfinders sent people. Sorry for the lack of a good cover story. Didn't have room in the notes. Didn't expect a response. And sorry for the fish guts and bumpy roads. And sorry for everything. If only we had a little more time to... And then he starts trailing off. Picks right back up after a moment of silence. Right. You're here for Arundel. Yes. It's complicated. Well... He's not exactly himself lately. He's four selves. Since your little Pathfinder society left him behind, he's had to make do, improvise, take on new names and jobs, waiting for rescue. When I first met him, he went by Jack's Telendrill and needed me to enhance some goggles of disguise for some work in Docktown. He kept asking questions about Fat Harbor and the town's magic item economy. A year later, he came in needing me to add some disguise charms to an eye patch. I asked him why, and he spilled it all, so tired of keeping secrets. He was also Jack's Folger, the one-eyed Galton spy. He kept coming back over the years. He came in one day as Jack's Arunai, some hot-shot White Thistle's poet. Last week he comes in looking awful, and said he was a Pathfinder named Arundel, and I couldn't process it. 4 people, 1 person. 1 person, 4 people. He holds up both hands with 4 fingers on one and one on the other, and looks at them and shoves them in your face. 4, 1. Well, I told him my own secret. I've been teaching a Pathfinder Vantage Captain as a correspondence student, and he told me to send her a message saying he wanted out of Pezek. As though that's even possible, but, well, I sent it, and he thanked me, he left, and I haven't seen him since. That was a few days ago. Oh. David has decided to join us. Okay. You're still good. No encounters done. So we will just continue onwards. David will... Let's see.
Maybe he gets a note.
No, he's also Silver Crusade. And he... There we go. Should be controllable now. Don't blame him. I do not blame him at all. Ah, yes. Oh, there's another one of you down there. Here, let me help you up. Oh, and a wolf. Ooh. Hey there. He pets Dring. Right, well, where was I? Yes. Night before last, I had loyalists. Popo smothers the words with disdain, and doubles up on his disgusts as he repeats it. Loyalists in my office, telling me to stop doing business with Arundel. Apparently they seem to have figured out his real name. And they keep following me everywhere, except the guts, because I bet they don't like to get their boots dirty. But they know who Arundel really is, too, and they've been outside the academy ever since, watching, waiting. They don't know about my ladder to the guts, though, but they'll find out eventually. So, I have a cunning plan. He fishes a rolled-up map of Pezek from his robes and spreads it out on the basement floor. He points out 5 places you might that he suggests would be good for gathering information about Allendale's public personas. Let me tell you all about this lovely little town of ours. It's nice to have an actual Pathfinder team in my town. I've never seen any of you gentlemen before. And here is the town. I think everybody should see it, hopefully.
Yep.
You are currently in Building 1, the Academy of Applied Magic, talking to the resident mage of the town. Now then, he points to the building marked as 2. This here little unassuming building on Gold Street. The Thieves Guild operates out of there. Lots of information, if you can buy it. You didn't bring money with you, did you? Nobody takes money here. Well, maybe the Loyalists, but still, nobody worth spending it on. Pfft, bloody Loyalists. Sorry.
We brought trade goods.
Oh, excellent. And David can retroactively do that. As a very short backtracking, David, you are free to purchase any amount of trade goods you wish for 10 gold pieces per pound, because nobody in Pezek has anything to do with gold. They've been blockaded for 5 years, and everybody barters. So every purchasing or something in town is going to be a fun social interaction of bartering.
Oh, wonderful. I guess we'll bring 100 gold worth of trade goods then.
Alrighty, no problem.
10 pounds. All right, sounds good.
All right, and then he points all the way over to here, number 3, the Inkwell. It's the hangout of the literati, the learned. Lots of rebels, lots of fights. Someone who knows Jax the poet, the one in the white thistles, will be there, I'm sure of it. And, well, there's of course the Loyalists' base of operations, the Throne Defiant. Not that I'd ever suggest going there, but if you want to get to the bottom of Allendale's connection with the Loyalists, I suppose that's the only place you can really go. Well...
Did you say he had one of his identities was as a Loyalist? I thought I had only...
No, that's the only one he didn't. The Loyalists figured out that The Loyalists unfortunately figured out who he really was. His name was Allendale, and he's a Pathfinder. And that could be bad. And they keep watching me all the time. Don't worry, I've got a plan for how we're going to settle that without them noticing you moving around town. Remember those guts I told you about? They're not. I wasn't speaking of literal guts, you see. There are tunnels running underneath the town. Everywhere. And the Loyalists don't like getting their boots dirty, those Loyalists. At least as of yet, they don't know about the fact that I have an access to the guts. So if you go in and out of there, you'll be fine. I mean, you could walk out straight out my front door, but don't come crying to me if you get shanked by them. Just saying. Three different identities, and one of them is his true identity, who he hasn't told anybody, except for the fact that the Loyalists seem to have figured it out. You have 7 days. I
thought it was 4 and 1.
Yeah, he's. Yep, exactly. And right. Area 5.
Hey, what's the deal with the noodles? Noodles, the highest form of poetry, point all slave masters to my lost memory.
Ah, yes. Maggie's Noodle Cart. It's famous here in town. It's area number 6. On the map here. Maggie doesn't know anything but noodles, but boy does she know noodles. You have to try them. Really, you have to try them. Anyway, Auntie's. A big tavern in Docktown, which would be Area 5 that I'm trying to look for. There we go. It's slightly on the waterfront. Good place for gossip. You can try asking about Jax Tellendil around there. He's the Docktown Jax, but mind who you talk to if you don't want to spread rumors. That's pretty much what taverns are best at. Spreading rumors and getting drunk. Yeah, well, that's at least what I've been thinking. If you want to know anything about the rest of town, feel free to ask, and I can tell you about it. As you see before you, there are a bunch of other locations marked on the map. So if anybody's curious, you have.
Who's at the governor's manse?
Ah, the governor's manse. You don't want to go there. Oh, no. The governor's manse has been abandoned as it was abandoned for quite some time. Then the Loyalists took it as their main base of operations. It's a fortress. Well, as fortified as you can get in this town, and they won't let you in. Not that you'd want to go in, Loyalist scumbags. Be sure you don't want to go there. Trust me. You've noticed.
I will take that under advisement.
I did have one other question about your message to the venture captain. What did you mean by the point of your last request for vacation and many faces fail to find the path?
My clever ruse. Well, just in case, I don't know exactly how these things work. In case somebody was intercepting the magical message, I wanted to make sure that it couldn't quite be decoded. This is, as I said, the Loyalists have discovered the identity of Olendil, so this is his last chance of getting out of town this week. His last chance of a vacation, if you get the drift. Ah, clever, he points at his head. Yes.
Sure.
And the bit about the slave masters?
Yeah, that would be the Loyalists.
Okay, I see.
Those bastards from Cheliax want us all to go back to the bad ways and the... Damn them.
Is there a tavern in here?
Oh, yes. Auntie's Tavern on Dockside. Apart from that, well, it's not that big a town. It doesn't really need any more, I suppose.
Well, that sounds like as good a place as any to start.
Right. Well, that sounds like... All right. That sounds like a good idea. Just like I said, be careful. Oh, and I'll offer you, if you want to... I've got some school robes. I get new students all the time. They might help you blend in. So if you just say that you're new students and carry these robes, there might be less questions. Although, of course, if you've got a better idea, that could also work. But if you just walk around as you are, well, could be good, it could be bad. Who knows?
Well, it's better cover than being Pathfinders.
Yeah, we can't exactly say we're traitors with the blockade.
No, that would be kind of hard. Yeah. Students of the Academy of Applied Magic.
Where do the new
Run by
students
me.
come from with the blockade?
Sorry?
Where do the new students come from with the blockade?
From town.
Oh, okay.
But, well, like I said, it's not exactly the greatest disguise. Somebody's bound to say, hey, I've never seen you here before. So it's going to be up to you to, you know, just try and lay low while wearing them and do a little bit of fast talking and get out of Dodge.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Excellent. See, he starts twirling up his lovely mustache.
So we go to Auntie's
Ah.
or,
Going to Auntie's first?
I don't know.
Sure.
Everybody.
Seems like my recommendation.
Let's see. As nobody objects, we will be heading to Auntie's.
Maybe after having a bath first so we don't smell like fish.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about that. Well, you know about the blockade and the sea being here? Well, it's kind of hard to... I can't exactly offer you a bath, but I can offer you some water to try and at least wash the fish guts off. The smell... I don't exactly have any soap. But it's okay. Everybody here in town smells of fish. In fact, if you didn't, you'd kind of stand out.
Yeah, I'll take the cleanup.
Yeah. Fausto is going to take a little bit of time to clean up and try to get rid of the smell of fish.
And also, I have a feeling this might take some time, and you are free to use. I've already taken one of the student rooms and put it aside, that you could use as a sleeping quarters while you're in town if you want.
Alright, free housing, sweet.
Yep. Here is the key. And it's in the basement, close to the entrance to the guts, so it's a easy way for you to get in and out. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
Now, did you give us a? Did he give us a map of the guts, or is someone guiding us? How are we?
Well, yeah,
It sounds like a maze-like place.
It is a slightly maze-like place, but the scenario has a very, very easy way of dealing with that. You navigate it. It takes you 1 hour.
Okay.
Whenever you travel to a new location, you will be there in 1 hour, whatever the map says. Even if the two places are side by side, it takes
like
1
a
hour.
reasonable simplification.
Takes 1 hour to get to every spot, and certain places close at certain times. Usually, you know, bars may stay open a little bit longer, but other places might close up around, you know, midnight-ish or sooner. And of course, you're on a timer, but you know, you have a week.
What time is it now? Daylight?
Currently, you are at 1 p.m. You arrived at...
I don't want to take a week.
A week in this lovely, lovely seaside retreat.
Well, I know we said we were going to go to Auntie's, but since it is daytime, maybe we should save the tavern for night.
Okay, well, that's cool with me. Whatever.
I'm intrigued. I'm a little bit famished. Maybe we should try the noodles.
Either that, or we should try
Before.
the loyalist place.
Noodles would be a good place to try, I think.
I don't know. I sort of feel like trying the noodles sounds like it was important.
Yes, you should definitely try the noodles. They're fantastic. You have to try them.
Okay, let's go for noodles.
I'm hungry anyway, so.
After about an hour of wandering through the tunnels, you pop up right in front of Mag's. Oh, I kept calling her Maggie. Madge's noodle cart. Let me just, for no apparent reason, do a little bit of writing here. As you enter the area, nobody seems to be paying you much mind. Just some students from the area. You hear shouting from the cart. Noodles! Madge got your doodly-oodly noodles. Get these crabby, shrimpy noodles in a bowl, in a cup, in your hands. I don't care where. Buy my dang noodles. Save Pezek. The end is near. Save your noodles. The devil hates my noodles. Abigail hates my noodles. Madge's noodles. Old Madge goes on and on about her amazing noodles as a particularly knobby-headed goblin wearily pushing her creaking, rickety cart along the waterfront. Yes, Goblin.
Okay, I'll get some noodles.
Ah, excellent, excellent. That'll be half a pound worth of whatever for some noodles.
All right, whatever.
You spend half a pound of trade goods. Madge dishes up a scoop of her signature seafood noodles into a piece of what seems like sort of newspaper or something, and hands it to you. And despite their grey, slimy appearance, they are in fact quite delicious. Just don't ask what's in them.
All right, so I'm wearing my academy robes, eating some noodles. Sweet.
Yep. Yes. Oh, and how do you like them?
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh, excellent. Say, you're from the academy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, you were. We were here on the recommendation of Calisondex Popo.
Oh, Popo is a dear friend of mine. It's a dear friend of mine indeed. Here, I have some poetry that I'd love for you to deliver to him for critique.
Of course.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Anybody? Can I interest anyone else in Madge's noodles? They're delicious.
The other guys need to try.
I'd be interested.
Somehow I don't have an appetite for seafood.
Yeah. Sadly, we can't get much else in here. But these are delicious.
They really are good.
You could come back anytime. I've got plenty here, and I'm around until about 8 p.m.
After being smuggled in a town in a barrel of fish, I'm in the mood for steak.
Well,
Yes, we'll come back and have some more noodles.
yes. Just make sure that you're actually getting steak. That's really hard to get here in this town. Anyway.
I can imagine.
Anyway, Maggie wheels her noodle cart around in a circle, continually shouting about how awesome her noodles are. And you see that there are actually a couple of other people that seem to be stopping by for lunch. And
Hey, what does the note say?
it seems to be a bunch of nonsense, terrible poetry. Don't suppose you happen to have a linguistic skill trained?
Let's see. No.
We can't decipher the code.
There's There's no way this is an actual poem. Although, well, it might be goblin poetry. You're not sure.
I can speak Goblin.
But it's definitely suspect.
It might.
Okay.
It's in common. It's either incredibly bad, as in goblin poetry, or somehow encoded.
Well, Popo was adamant that we see Madge. I have a feeling he knew that we were supposed to get this information.
Do you guys want to go to like the? Let's see here. We're at 5 or 6. Do you guys want to go visit the Throne Defiant? See what those loyalist punks are all about?
Well, you can certainly do that. Do we have someone who can talk their way into them?
I'm a half orc. I can talk my way with my muscles.
I might be able to squeeze my way through with a bit of fancy talk.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Well then.
Sounds good.
You make your way over to the Throne Defiant.
Exactly 1 hour.
Yes! It's amazing.
Well, do we need to keep using these tunnels? We can walk over. I mean...
You can just walk over there now. That's
1 hour.
in exactly 1 hour as well. And you see that there are people looking at you from the corner, from pretty much every corner. Everybody's sort of trying to get a read on you. You see people wearing some very striking clothing, sort of brandishing some sort of faction affiliation or another. Seem to be watching your every move, but at the moment nobody seems to be doing anything. Just sort of, how do you say it in English? Sizing you up.
What seems to be the general mood of the place? I mean, are people generally scowling at each other when they walk the streets, or smiling and waving?
Oh, scowling. You haven't seen a smile since you entered town, except for Popo.
Good. I don't have to smile. I will scowl back at people.
Oh, and Madge. The goblin and the gnome are the only smiling people in town. They might be slightly crazy, but they're still smiling.
I will join in the scowling. If people give you a stink eye, then I'll get right back at them. What?
I'll keep my head down.
You fit in much better now. The Throne Defiant. This stately brick and wood manor was one of the few spared from the Second Ashes fires. Painted red with black trim, it proudly flies the current flag of diabolical Cheliax. Though the flag is riddled with holes... editing error. The flag is riddled with holes, tears and burns from numerous attempts to destroy it. The interior is well appointed, though, even if it shows signs of makeshift repairs and spats of violence. Yes. Yep. Short version, David, is that this town attempted to secede from Cheliax, and Cheliax took that about as well as you would expect it. Only they didn't. And currently there is a blockade around the town. They're basically sort of trying to starve everybody out into submission because, while they could kill everybody, they'd rather have their taxes. But that's been going on for 5 years, and there's a very volatile situation here, which is why you need to tread lightly.
Alright, so it's like a bar here or something?
There seems to be a bar, and seems to be sort of you come into a large common room that contains tall-backed chairs. There seems to be a couple of people sitting around drinking either tea or alcoholic beverages from a sort of bar. There are stairways leading to other levels, but they don't seem to be really inviting, as there's a man standing in front of each of them.
Would a cleric of Shellen not be welcome here? consider
Oh,
being a nice person and, you know, Asmodeus is not? I mean, because I have my holy symbol, I'm not sure if I should be hiding it or not.
That doesn't seem to be really a problem. In fact,
Right.
one of the people you see in there, the first person to sort of grab your attention is an old woman with a holy symbol around her neck, which is very easily identifiable, unless everybody's decides to roll a 1 on a d20. I'm pretty much just going to give it to you because if you don't know this, then you have no business being a Pathfinder. It is actually a holy symbol of Iomade.
Ooh. Well, then in that case, I'm going to proudly sport my holy symbol of Shellen. Which is odd for a half-orc, but hey, whatever.
Yeah. And she's a like I said, a human sitting in a tall back chair, nursing a cup of thin tea, her brow creased with worry, and the fringes of her long-sleeved dress still tinged in crimson.
Alright, I'll wink at her and, you know, approach her.
People from the academy?
Yeah.
What brings you to the area? The throne, that is.
I heard they have good drinks.
Well, decent enough. At least this is the only place in town you can actually get some tea. I think she leans in. I think they have some sort of deal with the Chelish Navy.
Oh, well, do you mind if me and my friends here join you for tea?
Oh, please go ahead. Go ahead. It's a terrible situation here in town, don't you think?
Could be worse.
I mean, if Galton agents are allowed to keep attacking loyalist supporters like Rhea Ballery in the Indus Commons, stealing things as they wish, what little order remains in Pesach will be lost. I hope dear Ballery will recover. Well, what sort of tea shall I have them bring out to you?
In this place, whatever they have, given the circumstances.
They have green and they have gray.
Oh, let's go with green.
It tastes green.
Okay.
It's decent enough, considering the circumstances. Well, So, it's rather rare, I must say, to have academy students visit this place. I know that your teacher isn't too fond of us, but all we really crave is order.
Well, I mean, just because someone says something that's not good doesn't mean the forbidden fruit doesn't want to be found.
Of course. I understand. Give me a diplomacy check, if you please. Everybody else can assist, of course.
Is that one of those skill ones we can assist on train?
Yep. Just straight up charisma.
Okay.
That's actually pretty good, considering you're low tier, and everybody managed to assist.
Yay.
Wow.
She said, well, you seem like decent, law-abiding folk. Well, let me tell you something. You know, remember Bellary I was talking about that the Galtons assaulted? He had a rare gemstone. It was fished from the floor of the harbor, and it was stolen from him in the attack by the Galtons. It's a terrible thing, I tell you. As I say, I don't think this. I think the Galtons are very dangerous folks. If I were you, I would stay far away from them. But tell me, what can I tell you of?
We're looking for some. We're looking for, like, you know, was it Papo or whatever his name is? Told us to stay away from some guy named Oleandil.
Oleandil.
We're new students here. We don't want to get in any trouble. So I was wondering if you knew anything about him.
I don't think that name doesn't ring a bell. Nope. Don't think I've heard of Oleandil.
What about the other identities? Let's see here. Scroll. Oh, the Galton. Hey, Galton Spy. How about Jax Falger?
Oh, Jax Falger, yes. Popo was very, very right in telling you to steer clear of him. He's a dangerous revolutionary. You know, and she whispers in, I heard a rumor that the loyalists had arrested him. But then I heard later that he was freely walking the streets. I honestly don't know what's going on anymore.
Well, things are weird. Troubling times.
Should we ask about the other identities?
Go for it.
Okay, we'll say, what about some of these other folks that Papo mentioned? Jax Talandro and Jax Aroni.
The poet and the... can't say I've heard of the other one. I know the poet. He's rather nice. Charming young man.
Have you seen him recently?
Not recently.
Does he give any shows?
He does. Every few weeks. He does put up a show every few weeks, yes. I can't say I remember when the next one is. Well, I suppose if you're into that, and you do seem like a nice bunch, maybe into the proper finer things in life. Well, there's a chance that you might be able to find out when the next poetry recital or play or whatever he plans to put on would be something you could gather at the inkwell. They'll be the ones printing out flyers if they're not already around town. I haven't seen any, so every time he puts up some sort of play, of course nobody's going to come if you don't advertise. And when he does, it'll be on the Glass on the Hill Theatre. Oh, it's a lovely place. It's seen its better days, but I'm sure that with time we'll be able to get this place back to its former glory. No, wait, sorry. It's not on the Glass on the Hill Theatre. It's at a completely different place where he's going to be holding it. Never mind. The theater is not the local theater. I have got confused. It's in another place. I can't for the life of me remember, as the GM is looking up where poetry recitals actually take place in town. So, I don't suppose I could get you folks to do me a little favor if you happen to, you know, have the chance. I mean, I don't think it's very likely, but just in case. Would you be willing to listen to an old woman?
Sure.
You're welcome to ask. I can't make promises without knowing the request.
Of course not. See, as I told you before, it's the terrible thing with the Galtons stealing Valerie's gemstone. And I can tell you that if you could recover that gemstone, I would be in your debt. He is a good friend of mine. I mean, I don't have much trade goods to offer, but I could do some. I could provide favors in return. I'm a cleric. I can cast some healing spells and such if you are ever in need.
That's good to know.
What do you say? If you get the chance, would you try and recover the gemstone?
We can certainly keep an eye out for it. Do you have any clues or leads on the men who took it and where they might be found?
I only know that it was Galtons, I'm afraid. But, like I said, I don't think it's terribly likely. Just sort of, if you're willing to keep an eye out, and that would make me very happy.
Where would the Galtons hang out?
Oh, those terrible Galtons. Well, they hang out in various locations. They sadly tend to sometimes hang out around the inkwell along with the much nicer white thistles, but they also tend to be here and there. They hide a lot, as well as they should. They're nothing but terrorists, I say.
So they don't have a central meeting point just scattered about?
No, but not really, no, I'm afraid. But like I said, sometimes you can see them around the inkwell. They do share some common ground with the white thistles, although not enough. Other than that, well, maybe you could. Well, there's always talking to. Well, if you want information in this town, there's only one person who really knows anything. There's Cessia. She operates out of Gold Street. I feel terrible sending you though into such a dastardly neighborhood, bunch of thieves and villains. But she is sort of an information broker, as well as doing other unsavory things.
Alright, cool.
What was that name again? The information broker?
Cessia, yes. Popo's pretty much already told you about the place. The Gold Street Thieves Guild. Yeah, she runs that and is an information broker.
So maybe she should be our next stop?
Yeah, why not? It's still daytime, so might as well get some stuff done.
And when we're in that area, we could probably also go back to the academy and pass the note on.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
That's another hour, though, to walk.
It's always an hour, no matter what you do.
I mean,
Keep
if
it-
it gets crappy at night, we could probably give him a note then. You know, because we don't want to just stay out at
Yeah.
night.
That might work.
To the Gold Street.
To the Gold Street, which, remarkably, takes you an hour.
I'm amazed that 7 and 13 it would take an hour to walk between as well.
It's incredible, but you come across a wandering group of acrobats, and you stare in amazement for about 50 minutes at their incredible display, which sadly stalls you before you remember your mission again and head on. How the wandering acrobats got into town, nobody knows. The
They wandered in.
Well, yes. And the Cellist Navy just said, okay. The jagged cobblestone street is lined with storefronts, looted to the building's bones. Entire walls have been hauled away, stripped not just of stone and wood, but even the nails that secured them. Anything remotely valuable was picked clean years ago. One shop stands relatively intact, however. Þórarinn Finery. Its windows are boarded shut, though lights inside appear to shine between the planks. And from the looks of it, this is clearly where something is happening, as there are 8 people standing outside with sheathed weapons, looking left and right all the time.
Alright, let's go. Go knock on the door.
Okay. The guards don't try to stop you. This isn't the first time somebody's come here.
Punks.
Inside, you see sits a woman, a dark-haired, chellish woman in her mid-30s, who introduces herself. Greetings, greetings. I'm Cessia, but I'm sure you already know that. You, on the other hand, I'm not quite sure who you are. Tell me, why have you come to my establishment?
Hey guys, my diplomacy sucks, so...
We had come here, I'm speaking out of character. We're trying to get the amulet, right?
I mean, it's no based on what it might be.
Well, this is the information brokerage. You could theoretically ask about pretty much anything you want.
Let's just pelt her with questions then. Or, sorry, our world famous bard will pelt her with questions.
Yeah, sorry.
I like that.
My world famous bard needs more caffeine. Yeah. Yes, we heard that, yeah, for those seeking information, this was the place to go.
Let's see you back that up with a diplomacy check.
Give me a sis.
Who is this?
Oh, very nice.
I guess.
Well, you heard right. Nobody else in town has quite the information gathered that I do, and I've got the dirt on everybody, and for a very reasonable price, I'd be willing to trade some to you. So, first off, to get the formalities out of the way, I am willing to sell information to you. There is, however, the negotiation price, or tax, if you will.
Of course, I mean, information has value. It's reasonable to exchange value for value.
Yes, although, tell you what, you seem such nice individuals. I'm sure you'll be purchasing a lot from me. Yeah, let's just... I suppose I can waive the negotiation fee for now. So, what would you like to know?
Mostly we're looking for information upon a few people we're trying to track down. Need to chat with them.
Indeed.
There are several men we're looking for.
Jax Tenderuni Drill, and Jax Falger, and Jax Arney.
And a man named Allendale.
Yeah.
Allendale. That name doesn't ring a bell. Should it?
Guess not.
What do you know about this man?
Information broker.
Well, if you have... Well, I hate not knowing about somebody in town. I might be willing to give you something if you tell me something about him.
Well, we heard that the Loyalists were particularly interested in finding him, so we thought it might be worth our while to find him ourselves.
All right. Don't suppose you'll be willing to go give me a little bit more details?
No.
Something interesting, something juicy, something I can sell?
Oh, we don't have any details yet. We're hoping you had some. Perhaps we will come into some detail as we continue our investigation.
Well, please stop by then again. I'm certainly willing to pay for good info.
Allendale is a... I'm just gonna tell her. He's a Pathfinder.
Really? Pathfinder here in town?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's just what I heard.
Looks you over and...
Is that juicy enough?
Well... Tell you what... That seems like pretty good information. I'm willing to give you some good trade goods for that.
Useful. Bus. For
yes. Let me give you 2 of these potions here. These are healing potions, potent ones.
Okay. I don't know how to tell what they are. Do I have skill for that?
Well,
is that spellcraft?
I got spellcraft. I do have that.
It's spellcraft. You can actually use perception on potions. Taste test.
Huh.
Well,
or spellcraft? Yeah. I have spellcraft.
Spellcraft nat 20, so...
They are potions of cure light wounds.
Alright, how many?
2.
Give them to somebody who will be on the front line. Who's our front line folk? Fellstone?
No, I'm more of a skirmisher. I don't tank.
How about
If I do,
Vulgar?
Jax Folger. Well, let's see. I have information on him. Valuable information, in fact. So, tell you what. We'll settle that for about a pound of trade goods. How does that sound?
How many pounds do we have total? I mean, I bought 100. I bought 10 pounds. Somebody else bought 10 pounds.
I got 5.
Yeah.
I've got 10.
I've already used half a pound for the noodles. So yeah, I'll go. Whatever.
I think we have. There was 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, I think.
Oh yeah, we'll be good then. Yeah, okay, here you go.
So we have 39 and a half left collectively. Yeah, I think 1 pound seems reasonable.
Yeah.
I'll give her one of my pounds.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. Oh, excellent.
Who did you ask about? Which Jax? Valger or Telendrill?
Valger.
Okay.
Falger. And any one of you can give me a sense motive check. A 20 will tell you, Mark, that you could probably have haggled that down to... she would probably have been willing to accept half of that.
Dope.
But she's happy to take the whole pound off you. The Galton's famous problem solver, Jack Folger. He's a wily one. But I know he's looking for something specific from the Throne Defiant. A gem used in interrogations to modify memories. I don't have a name for it, but if he sells it to me, I'll keep you in mind.
I wonder if it's the same gem that got stolen.
It's been stolen? Oh, most interesting. That certainly changes things.
What was that gem called again?
You don't know. Nobody's ever actually mentioned
She didn't say.
Yeah, she didn't give us a name for it.
Oh, no, she did.
Nope. She just called... The woman you talked to earlier just called it a precious gemstone.
What about Jack? 10 tail and drill.
Talendrill? Oh, yes, I know of him, of course. Let's see. How's about a pound of trade goods for that?
Oh,
Can I do a pre-sense motive check?
Well, sure. You could probably offer her half.
I will provide you with half a pound of trade goods for this information.
Well, that sounds reasonable enough. He's been doing odd jobs around Brooks' little fiefdom in Docktown for years. My associates claim he's been scrounging the harbour floor in his spare time in hopes of finding something valuable enough to pay off his debts. Though I doubt even that will work.
Who's he in debt to?
Well, some...
Anyone?
the mayor of Docktown, of course.
for what?
That is something you'd have to ask the mayor for. The mayor, well, if he says you're in debt, you're in debt. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything. He's...
Alright. What about a man named Jack Sarony? A poet.
Jack's irony. Well, that's one that That one's gonna cost you. Say £2 worth?
I don't think we should offer that much. We've provided you with some really juicy information about Ellendale.
And we are frequent customers now. What, I mean, well, without giving away the details, I mean, you know, what's the nature of the information? Do you know a location where we can find him?
Fine. Give me a pound and I'll tell you what I know. How about that? Half price for frequent customers.
That sounds fair.
Well, that I can tell you, I'm not a big fan of that two-bit poet. He steals all his best lines from books that have been put out elsewhere in the last 5 years, and I know that for a fact because I sold them to him. Still, he's done enough to get into someone's good graces, as he's got contacts in the thistles that seem to protect him from the loyalists. He's got some sort of event this week at the old Manukert warehouse. I think I'll attend just to see who he's ripping off now. I'm sure it'll be quite intriguing.
Where was that?
The old warehouse, the Manukert warehouse.
And when was it?
Sometime this week. I'm sure he'll put up a poster soon enough. He always does before his grand new plays or poetry recitals that have been around for quite a while. Well.
And it was at the Emmanuel warehouse, did you say?
The Manukert warehouse, yes.
Can you spell that?
Yes. Is it not marked on the map?
No.
No, it's not. Oh, that's interesting. Thought it was.
I just spell everything phonetically so that I can say it out loud again.
Alright, thank you.
And do you happen to have an idea where on the map it would be? Not that it really matters.
Well, of course. It's up in the hills around here.
I suspect that if we wandered around in the tunnels, we could find it in about an hour.
I say 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
That is right. I actually timed myself the other day. It took me exactly an hour to get there. Funny that.
Well, gentlemen, is there any other information we would like to
No, I think we're
ask
good.
about?
We can go to the inkwell now.
Well, just thinking, we know that gem that they're looking for was stolen by the
Galtons.
Galtons. Where did the Galtons sell it, or try to sell it?
Well, it sounds like it's valuable in erasing memory. They may be using it and not selling it.
Good point.
Probably to find it though, but you know, before it gets nighttime though, I think we should probably hit up like every place we went to. Like, you know, I think we still have to go to the inkwell and
If it erases...
the inkwell, and then I think
We haven't been to Auntie's yet.
yeah, then on at the end, yeah.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
I'm just thinking, if it erases memories, it might explain why this guy has 3 identities.
Or he's just a scumbag and he's been here 5 years.
Or that.
Or he's a spy.
Or he's
And he's getting into undercover in every organization.
he's a triple agent.
Well, he is a
Well,
Pathfinder.
if you guys are going to make sense, then...
Of course, the problem is you have no idea why he was sent here. You need to find him to find out.
So let's go to the
Maybe that'll make everything.
Go to
the Inkwell?
The Inkwell.
Inkwell.
Inkwell. The Inkwell. I'm going to say something, and this is going to come as a shock. It takes you an hour to get there.
Wow.
And it is now 5 p.m.
Outstanding. Are they still open?
Yep. They are still open. Printing presses are in full gear.
Well, let's look for someone who appears to be in authority.
And I've got some block text that is way over yonder too. So, there we go. A former fortress on the North Seafront. The stonework Inkwell Inn is home to rowdy, defiant, impassioned revolutionaries who fill its commons while making plans to harry the town's loyalists and discourage the Chelish navy. Chankings, the inn's noisy iron golem bouncer, keeps watch at the open doors.
The Inkwell is an inn?
An inn and printing press, apparently. Space is at a premium.
Okay.
Crap, I guess I'll
Well, let's approach.
Well, the golem doesn't do anything to you if you just walk on in.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And there's a Chelish proprietor that hands out freshly printed flyers to everyone who enters.
Take a look at it.
Sure, what does it say?
Well, it seems to detail an upcoming event, and I hope I have that already in my handouts. There we go. Ta-da!
Oh yeah, it's the thing we already know about.
Yes.
But we have a day.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
have
know.
a day and time now.
Noon on Wheel Day, which is Wednesday.
Ignorant
What
friends
day is it today?
Monday.
Moon Day.
Yes.
Loyalist allowed to leave unarmed.
Ignorant friends from Galt also welcome. Alright, cool. There's nobody... Who's the person, though?
Author, the poet,
Let's see.
orator. It's obvious.
What's
It's right
it say?
there.
But, I mean, it's... Well, I don't know. Where is it? I mean,
Sorry? I was
next
fascinated
great
myself.
author, poet, writer, orator. I mean, they're
Who's
I mean,
the author?
possible they're talking about me, but...
Or Jack somebody or other, probably?
Jack.
That's why you wanted to come here, Val.
I guess I could perform if called upon, but...
I mean, you make sure the other guy doesn't show up, and then you take over.
I'm not sure I want to get paid in trade goods.
And as you enter the common rooms, you overhear several debates. People seem to be debating who the poet is. And you see that the common prevailing theory seems to be that it is... Certainly it must be Jack's Anarchy. While others are debating someone or the other who is completely not important, and I will not trouble you with more names. And a perception test.
Does that mean the poet hides their identity when they do their performance?
Well, there seems to be a lot of subterfuge going on in this town just because nobody really trusts one another. So it doesn't really sound, as you're listening in on your conversations, that it doesn't seem like this is an uncommon thing. If somebody's going to hold a performance or do something, they generally don't say who they are beforehand. Because if it's somebody, let's say, one faction really doesn't like this guy, they might actually show up beforehand in a good ambush position with crossbows.
Okay, gotcha.
There are four. These factions really do not like one another.
It looks like Jack's playing everyone against the middle here.
Yeah.
Or Lundo, however you want to call him.
I don't know, is there like a common area or like a bar or something?
Yep, there is a there is a bar, and behind that is, of course, a man serving drinks. What can I get you?
An ale is fine.
Excellent, excellent.
Do you know anybody named Jack Falger?
Falger, that Galton guy, wasn't he? I think somebody was talking about him. I don't really pay him that much attention. People say all sorts of things, and when they're in there getting their drink on, and honestly, I find it healthy not to listen too much or know too much.
Oh, awesome.
But well, you can give me a perception check, though, the lot of you.
Since I'm a ranger, I have modifiers for different things.
They're humans, and a 10 will do, so you're good, probably. Oh, right, yeah.
Okay, that includes +4 for humans.
Let's see. Hang on, I need to do a little bit of bookkeeping, because there's a lot of bookkeeping in this scenario. You hear at the back of the room that somebody seems to have heard that comment of you asking about the man, and spurred on by that, a loyalist in the Commons accuses the nearest Galton of sponsoring terrorism. He looks quite heavily in drink, as the Galton does, and upon hearing that name, he calls the Galton a terrorist, slams his drink down, and throws a punch at him. Is there
any way to stop that? Like, hey, guys, stop. You're drunk.
Well, a diplomacy or intimidate check would certainly do, or just sort of getting in the middle of them might also help, although, you know, you might get punched, unless you want to just...
19 diplomacy.
And they sort of regain their senses when they're like, oh, yeah,
drink it out.
Hey, and they sort of like look at the iron golem bouncer approaching, and like, oh yes, that's a good idea. You know, I didn't mean anything by that comment, you terrorist scum. and he sits down, and the Galton glares at him. And anything else you would like to add to that conversation, as it might have some sort of influence?
Don't think we should take sides too early.
Okay. Just wondering. Yes. And back to the barkeeper. Yeah, don't worry. That happens all the time. That's the reason for my great bouncer here. Won't kill anyone, but he is tasked to throw people out, and golems take things quite literally. He throws them quite far, and it's a quite I think the longest one was about 50 feet into the harbor. A little bit of a swim back. Usually sobers people up.
Could throwing arm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, iron golem. So
Nice and strong.
nice and strong. Good to have around. Say, by the way, I don't suppose any of you fellas would like to purchase a nice memorabilia while you're in the area. This is hot off the printing press. There's a book of signed verse by Amelia Raxton.
Is that name supposed to sound familiar to us?
Not at all. Unless you've, because you didn't know the history of the town well enough. You're sort of like thinking, what could I possibly do with that? And then you think to yourself, maybe Liberty's Edge would want this.
I don't care about them.
Yeah.
Important to Liberty's Edge and no one else.
She's a famous revolutionary, basically. She is the reason for she was the first to be, as they would put it, martyred by the Chelish government.
Ah, okay.
So how much would this intriguing but totally useless book cost?
Well, how about £2 worth of trade goods?
I didn't know.
It's quite an intriguing book.
If you care about that sort of thing.
Yes, it's not exactly everybody's forte. I understand. If you change your mind, I'm sure we won't exactly sell out in a day. I'm sure we'll have enough to last at least a week. Probably not longer, though. For reasons. Alright. Anything else I can get you, chaps?
I don't think so. I mean,
Looking around, there doesn't really seem to be anybody else interesting to talk to.
no, we've got our flyer.
Got your flyer.
Important part. So I guess we'll mosey over to Auntie's then.
Mosey on over to Auntie's.
Sure, why not?
Will it take an hour?
Remarkably so. Yes, it will. Anyone?
Whoops.
I feel like I've fallen in the Twilight Zone here.
To the auntie.
Travel to Auntie's. Which
Is that a jumble of damaged shits? there?
Pretty much, yes. And some that actually work.
That's cool.
I thought it was fish at first, but I guess they'd have to be really big fish.
They are. Is the main industry here is whaling. A bunch of those things are whale carcasses.
Oh, yuck.
I'll buy that. It might explain some of the smell too.
I'll buy
Yeah.
$1.
And that's why we don't want to wonder what's in Madge's noodles.
Yeah. So what is Auntie's, first off?
Auntie's is a bar as well, because every good town needs a couple of watering holes. Because this is the big though. There's nothing but a basically watering hole there, nothing but a bar.
All right. Well, that's where we're going. That's where.
To Auntie's.
Sorry, I'm still waking up.
Yeah, me too. If you guys want, we could take a break now, or we could
Sure,
do it a little bit
whenever.
later. I think. Yeah, let's just take a quick fiver. Everybody is a bit tired. I could surely
Fresh caffeine.
fresh caffeine.
Yeah.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay. And I'm back. Oh.
I am also back.
I'm mostly back. Just got some additions to a table. I need to send out an email right quick. I'm changing around the next lot.
I've been making a bunch of notes and collecting the notes that people have been nice enough to share. It occurred to me that if you wanted to make a document that I could edit in Roll20, I could make them available for everyone. If people don't have their own notes.
I think I can do that.
You can.
Yeah, well, a figure of speech, yes.
Sorry. Like I said, I'm tired.
I'm tired too. I'm not kidding. I'm just. I need to get this email out. So because apparently next slot is also getting all mixed up. So I have players changing and need to send out some more mail to make sure everybody actually joins the right table. Oh dear, who knew running a con would be, doing conventions would be.
I think part of it's that it's online.
Yeah, you can't just mosey on over to another table and say, hey, GM, take these two people to your table. Okay. Here's some email addresses. You need to email them, get their info, and send them a link. If I can just find... sorry.
Doing some leveling up for my next game. The next session. I had to level up my gunslinger and add his shock property to his pistol.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
You come back as well.
Let's see. Everybody, please put an X in chat if you are. I'm done sending out that email. I'm just going to double check if that means. Yeah, okay. That means I have a confirmation table. Awesome. And Darkest Abduction as well. I've got 2 more games today, so I'm having to get some emails that I need to respond to every now and then.
If there was a core confirmation, I would totally done it, but
I'm going to run a core confirmation and core wounded wisp and all sorts of other things. I'm going to be running a lot more online. This is I haven't been doing much online running, and thus I'm not really good at this, which is why I'm really happy that a couple of people stepped up and gave me some tables, which was great. Otherwise I would never have managed to finish this. It took me way too long to get to this one.
Udine boon yet, or did you get that on map for being jam?
I did get that, yes. Now have two Undines.
One.
Sure, let's barter. How many trade goods have you got?
Give them all your trade goods. It's worth it.
Okay. It's all yours. Okay, I need raise boons. It's bullcrap.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with it. I'm going to worry about that after the convention. Maybe if somebody... How about... No, that won't work. Anyway, I'll figure out something. I might actually just sort of gather up people and have them roll if I can't figure out what to do with that boon. Anywho. Okay, we're all back. I'm not distracted by emails anymore, and you're at the lovely bar called Auntie's. In Docktown's chaotic jumble of ships, Auntie's Tavern still manages to stand out. Draped in bright curtains of white and red, and bearing a huge, garishly painted former ship's masthead of a woman as its sign, creatively augmented to hold 2 foaming mugs aloft. The 3-story converted ship's hold is perpetually packed with Pezeki looking to drown their fears and boredom. Probably sorrows too. Aside from the drunkards swilling watered-down ale, there's also some interesting people in there, besides Auntie, if one were to look around.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, the proprietor, Auntie, an elderly halfling woman, gracefully weaves about the room, conversing with patrons and intervening when tempers flare. She seems to be a generally nice person, trying to get people... And you don't seem to... Despite the packed room, there don't seem to be any fights breaking out here. Every time any temper sort of gets flared, the old halfling woman seems to be right there behind them and just asks really politely for people to settle down, and they do. She seems to be quite respected around here. And whilst you can't actually... Nobody around here looks of particular interest, there might be some use in, well, just plying the room itself for information and rumors.
Let's do
I'm
it.
going to listen for rumors.
I haven't said
What would I do
that
to
in
ply?
many years.
Diploma ply?
I assume it's get information. Diplomacy.
Either that or just eavesdropping perception.
There's my diplomacy. My perception roll sucked.
Well,
I would have done perception instead.
talking to nice drunk people and eavesdropping, you eventually work out that there seem to be 2 rumors going around that some people seem to be talking about Jack Telendrill, who's and laughing at him that he's up to his ears in debt, and has been seen here recently working odd jobs around Docktown. And apparently he's also... Apparently, when listening further, people are saying that He's apparently told some people that he's planning to start a new magic item business. And some other people have said that he's in a relationship with some revolutionary playwright.
This is Telendril?
Yes. Is there, is there anyone who has any specific information about how we could get in contact with him? Maybe I would sort of suggest to people that, we, knowing that he's in debt, we may have, we may have some business that we could do with him that would help him out. But we don't know how to get in contact with him. Does anyone know where we could find him?
Suppose if you stand around the docks long enough, he's bound to show up somewhere. But other than that, I'm afraid I can't help you, friend.
Has he been seen on a regular basis lately?
It's funny that you should mention that. I don't think I've seen him in a few days.
So he's gone underground or something?
Or
Is this
worst case, dead?
Is it normal for him to disappear like this?
Not really, no. He's usually a part of the scenery around here. At least, twice a week at least. Trying to pay off that debt of his. But, well, I don't think I've seen him in a week. Which is weird, now that you mention it. But I'm just going to continue drinking and forget all about this conversation.
Hell yeah, I'll drink to that.
And so there's also one other rumor going around. There's a man telling a story about a diver retrieving a staff in a public park in in one of the public rooms, retrieving a staff from the bottom of the ocean.
Really?
Yeah, he saw it the other night. I swear it wasn't the drink.
Was there something special about the staff?
I couldn't see. It was dark.
What made you take note of it?
Who the hell goes diving in the night to retrieve a staff?
And how certain are you that it was a staff?
As certain as the fact that you're clearly a dwarf. Are you the halfling, by the way? I'm bad at recognizing voices. Was that Michael speaking, or was that actually a...
Grunrum is the dwarf, and he wasn't speaking.
Grunrum and Felstone. As sure as I am that there's 3 dwarfs in front of me, he just says.
That's clear.
But I saw it. I did.
Yeah.
Well, Theon believes him. Does that make sense? Like the staff, the missing gem thing, all kinds of other stuff going on here. Why not?
Does appear to be something going on in town.
Could we talk to the halfling about some of these rumors?
You could do that, yes.
I'm thinking I might do it using, the halfling language.
Ah. Oh, hi there, dearie. What can I do for you?
I'm just wondering what you've heard of some of the rumors going around lately. Well, first off, have you seen... I've heard that Jax Telendril's not been around lately.
Oh, no. I think I would have noticed. He usually comes by all the time to drink off a little bit of that sorrow in his heart. Poor man can't seem to catch a break.
And have you seen him recently?
Oh no. Not for a while. I notice everybody coming into my tavern, and let's see. I don't think I've seen him in over a week.
Did he boast anything about what he was off to do?
Oh, just the usual. He was gonna repay his debts and open a business. He was a dreamer, that one. I fear he will never be free of that debt.
And was it the mayor that assigned this debt to him, or is it something that he accrued himself?
I don't know, to be honest. You'd have to ask him. Or the mayor. I didn't want to, pry.
And I also heard a rumor that someone found a staff in the ocean in the evening.
Oh yes. He's been telling that story for a few days now.
Do you feel there's any truth to it?
Stranger things have happened in this town. I did not see it with my own eyes, but...
Anyone else have anything?
It's on mute, sorry. No.
Yeah. Let's go back to the...
See.
And we're gathering a lot of vague information. I sort of wonder if we ought not go back and get Maggie's poetry translated and...
Yeah, I think we should go back to the dude and call it a night.
There is basically now a info handout in everybody's handouts where you can paste that stuff. And just to make things really, really simple, she is the Dark Archives faction mission. The staff has nothing to do with that. It may be true, it may not be. But she's actually a Chelish noble who Zarta wanted to contact.
Well, I pasted everything I have into the info document.
Which is weird. Not a lot of halfling Chelish nobles.
Feel free to edit anything that I've gotten wrong.
Oh, it wasn't Madge that had the thing. It was older lady at the... What's it called?
The Throne to Fight?
Yeah.
Who had what?
The necklace.
Wanted the gemstone back.
Yeah. There's a lot of information in this scenario.
Yeah, you said before it was 50 pages long. Awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Lots of roleplay.
Yep. Well then. What would you like to do next?
Back to the academy. I don't think I have in my notes anything left that we haven't
Yeah, I think we went to all the
investigated.
places and, academy, give the guy his note, and go to bed.
Sounds like a plan. How are you going back to the academy?
Some route that takes us exactly an hour.
Underground or above ground?
Interesting that you ask.
I'm wanting it.
Above ground sounds like it might be more interesting.
Yeah.
But
Because
underground is the safe choice.
he has already told you that underground is the safe way for you to come in.
Sometimes, but I am a bard who needs to tell stories about adventure, and adventure is often not safe.
Go underground.
Underground.
Under.
Okay. So, you go back to the academy, which takes you an hour. And Popo is there and asks, how's everything been going?
So. We have a lot of vague information, none of it terribly actionable. Other than we did find out that Anarchy is supposedly performing on Wednesday.
Here's a note.
Oh.
Maggie. Or Noodle. Yeah, Madge.
Noodle Madge! Oh! Here, let me just,
He claimed it was poetry and wanted your critique, but
Noodle.
we were thinking perhaps it was a message. Seemed a little bit odd.
Well, Madge is a little bit odd. Let's be perfectly honest. Hang on, let me check you out there. Oh. Well now, that is certainly interesting. Apparently, Olendil is going to be holding some sort of performance on Wednesday. Yes. And he's got some tricks up his sleeve. Huh. I wonder what that means.
Wait, Olendil is giving the performance, or Anarchy is giving the performance?
Well, Anarchy is Olendil.
Well, it's all the same person. I doubt he's gonna...
Okay. But
I don't know. I mean, he may... I don't know. I don't know who he's going to be doing it as. He keeps confusing me. 4 people! 1 person! I can't wrap my head around it. It's weird. How can he keep up with... Yes! It makes no sense. Well, if he's going to be doing a performance on Wednesday, I think you should definitely see that, whatever guise he shows up in.
Oh, indeed.
Well, I suppose the big question is if there is anything else you'd like to do before then.
Nope.
You do have a few hours today, and we just rest tomorrow.
Pick a fight somewhere?
Nah.
Oh, that's always...
No, I'm just gonna sleep. You know, Dayan's just gonna sleep and rest and pray.
Okay.
I will work on my stories.
I know where we could pick up fight.
The Throne Defiant place.
There's that.
I was thinking Governor's Manse.
Yeah,
Go there. You could swim out and challenge the Shellish Navy. Just
No,
challenge-
thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
that's a one-way trip.
I am going to work on my stories in the hopes that the extra day of effort will increase the luck for my day job role.
Excellent. You've certainly heard a lot of interesting stories in this town.
Because I have.
Yes.
Well, 5 years.
I have never rolled above a 5 on a day job.
I mean, 5 years without any kind of like, regular commerce, then yeah, I mean, there would be a lot of interesting stuff in this town.
Okay. Well, on Wednesday at noon, you show up at the warehouse, as do quite a lot of other people.
Any suspicious-looking people?
Oh, there's people. There's half the town literally showed up. Everybody.
These guys like poetry that much. It's
no, they're
Or they're that bored.
Or they're bored out of their mind.
You get the feeling they're bored out of their minds, want to find out who it is, and you also see a lot of, and you see Madge pushing around a cart. This time she isn't selling noodles. She's got some vegetables. Gal has to make a living. If anybody wants to throw them.
I will try a vegetable. Is it still half a pound?
Oh, these are rotting vegetables.
They are for throwing at the performer.
Yes.
For eating.
As I said, Gal has to make a living.
Are they half a pound a serving?
For half a pound, you would get half a pound of rotting vegetables.
I'm wondering if it's worth buying out all of the vegetables so that none can be thrown at them.
Depending on his poetry, that might look a little odd.
It depends. She's at least started before he shows up, just to go and try and get selling out of the way, and then she hurries along. And as you all stand around waiting, a man that you have never before seen stands up on stage, and people say, "I knew it! It's Jack Þórarinn!" Ha! Of course. Who else could it have been?
Jack
I wonder what his poetry is going to be like.
Yeah,
And
he's the poet.
Yeah. And he begins reading poetry so incomprehensible that it is basically gibberish. And you're sort of staring there and like saying, what? You don't quite understand what the blazes is going on, but you can give me a sense motive check.
I will politely ask what language he's speaking in.
That starts getting really, really hard because a couple of seconds after he starts his reading,
vegetables.
Yes. The people who roll those 14 sense motives and higher, which is pretty much everybody. You fill in Irv, or Val, that is, who's jotting down notes. That this seems to be the same sort of gibberish cipher that Madge's letter was written in, and he's making some sort of hand gestures as he does so. And you note that these are not just sort of flourishes of the hand and such. He's actually giving Pathfinder hand signals.
How far away is he? From me?
50 feet.
I wanted to try and sneak up to maybe be close after this is all over.
I would like to cast message.
Oh, don't worry. Things are about to happen in about a second or two.
Well, in the second before, I will tell him we were sent by the Pathfinder Society to retrieve you. And wave my hand so that he knows where I'm at. So that he knows I exist.
Okay, he looks quickly at you, and the Pathfinder, the signals that he's giving you, the three, you manage to discern them. He tells basically he tells you that he wants you to follow him. There is a pit trap. If you go, and he just sort of spells out where it is, so we're not going to bother with it. You're going to manage to avoid it because you rolled high enough. You managed to get exactly where it is, and there's also some sort of wild animals where he's going, but you managed that lovely 20 sense motive, so you know where they are as well, so you're not going to need to be bothering with them either.
Outstanding!
And now he has all the crowd's attention, which is signaled by the fact that they're all booing and pelting him with clouds of dirt and rotting vegetables. He raises a white ash rod tipped with an onyx gem.
Oh.
And
We found the staff of the gem.
yes, he did. I don't suppose anybody has spellcraft. It's actually a rather hard check, by the way.
Well, how about a 7?
It's a rod of something. It's definitely magical.
I rolled a 2. That was awesome.
Okay, then. Well, the sunlight splits on the gem and spreads a pale prism across the crowd. With a supernaturally booming voice, Allendale declares, "Today, I shed light upon one of Pezek's greatest secrets. Jax, the man you trust as a member of your very own faction, is the Print Smith. And Jax has been hiding his identity from you all. All of your secrets are laid bare to Pezek's greatest journalist, soon for the entire city to see. Panic, panic and regroup. Pay no attention to outside affairs." He gestures empathetically as he speaks. Again at you. His gestures do not match his words. They are indeed another form of Pathfinder hand signals. He's saying, "We're leaving now." And steps off the stage.
So Theon probably
And everybody,
his party
and-
to go with him.
and as soon as he's done that, you see that everybody does not keep on throwing vegetables and throwing dust. They panic and start running back to their place, just like he asked them to. Weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I
Wish
want
I
that
had rolled a
rod.
higher spellcraft check, and then I would probably know what that was.
Do we have to make a spellcraft check to tease out that that could have been like a command or a suggestion or something like that?
You recognize this as some sort of mind-affecting effect, but you're not entirely certain
Which
what
kind specifically?
which kind. It's actually kind of unfair because the item is using at this tier is such a high caster level that you can't actually make that check unless you're really, really good. It's in the close to 30 range,
Yeah,
that their item.
The highest I could roll is a 25 if I rolled a 20.
Yeah. I wonder, is it? Oh, damn. I was wondering if it was on the Chronicle sheet.
Probably not.
That might have been too good. Anywho, he runs off behind the stage and opens up what looked like a pile of dirt, and beneath that is some stairs. Are you going in after him?
Let's follow him, yes, and avoid any pit traps that we were told about.
He runs ahead of you. He seems to know this place quite well. The dank tunnels reek of musty seawater that ooze from the stone ceiling and leaves the walls coated with a wet sheen. A few fresh torches suggest the derelict tunnel is still in use. It is a winding maze, but with the hand signals and gestures you've been giving, you manage to weave your way through them without encountering any of the traps or creatures, and manage to make your way down another set of stairs to where you meet up with a man.
In about an hour?
In about... Oh, actually, this only takes about 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh, bummer.
Basically. Yeah. Now we've screwed up everything. You finally caught up with a man who looks... You are underneath the city. You have caught up with the man who looks like this.
I'm Luke Skywalker, and I'm here to rescue you.
When you catch up to him, he immediately asks, I know what you said, but can you... But anyone can say he's a Pathfinder. Do you have any proof?
So I got no Wayfinder.
Yeah, can't afford a Wayfinder,
I
but...
have a Wayfinder because I had the confirmation.
Oh!
So...
Excellent. Excellent indeed. I have many plans in place for us to get out of town. There's one I have found a way into the mountains that is close enough in a way from the blockade that if we could get into there, we could dimension door to the other side and escape beyond the blockade. If that doesn't work, we could take a boat out to... I've noticed a little weak spot in the Chelish Navy. We'd only need to fight our way through about 2 ships or so of sailors, but that shouldn't be any problem. There's also the Strix. I mean, with good enough stealth, we shouldn't have to fight more than a couple dozen of them. I think those are the 3 best options we have of escaping. What do you think?
Well, we have a ship waiting for us, though.
Yeah, but it's on the other side of the blockade.
Oh.
The Pixie.
We'll figure it out.
Which strategy do we want to use? Do we want to fight our way through the blockade? Do we want to... Did he say he has some way of dimension dooring, or he's expecting us to provide that?
The gnome guy's going to put us on a boat or something.
I mean, you certainly must be capable of teleportation magics, or fighting your way through a ship, or perhaps good enough at stealth.
I am certainly capable of 2 of those 3 things, but not casting Dimension Door. So if he was counting on us to teleport, then I don't know that we have that magic available.
Are you some sort of evocation wizard? Then perhaps we could just blow up the ships.
I am an archer, sir.
Oh. Well, fighting sounds like the way to go then. Either sneakily through Strix territory or through the ships.
They didn't send anybody
I can sneak.
in here, buddy.
What? What do you mean?
New Pathfinders here, bud.
I am quite important and well known.
You mean?
And Grunion, is that how you say your name? Is quite experienced. He wasn't with us for the first 20 minutes, but he...
Are you telling me
Are
you telling me the society abandoned me for 5 years and they sent you?
Yeah,
Oh, great. Now we have to worry about babysitting rookies and get us out of this hellhole alive. Oh.
Only if you want to get out alive, yeah, but yes.
Must be Wheels Day.
Oh, dear me.
Well, if you were so powerful, buddy, you would have got out of here by yourself.
Well,
we are your
I'm only good
prestige point, escape plan.
I'm good at digging up information in disguises. That's what they sent a spy in for. I thought they'd send in the high-level rescue team.
We are the 5% point version.
Yeah, you didn't have enough prestige points, so you got us.
I'm going to have some words with Drendel when I come back. I think he must have... Maybe he sent the missive to the wrong team. No, he's wilier than he looks.
Well, gentlemen, do we want to go the direct route or the stealthily route? I am passing capable as with being sneaky, but I don't know about the rest of you.
There's no way that's going to work. Come along, follow me. Let's go.
No, I don't think so.
Let's go back and go back to Popo and see if he. Hope he has some sort of plan. My plan sort of hinged on the society sending slightly more experienced Pathfinders. I thought that would be the case.
Might be experienced. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I think we could easily take 2 or 3 ships.
Oh, easily.
I agree.
Sort of looks you over and says, Grandrim looks fairly experienced. Not quite what I was hoping for, but fairly experienced. The rest of you, I think a single soldier on those ships would probably prove a problem. Come.
I will tell you stories. The story of the time I took down a black dragon by myself.
I single-handedly did my confirmation.
Yes, that's great. That's great. Let's see what Popo has to say. I hope he has some sort of plan, otherwise I'm afraid we're screwed. Believe me, I've been gathering intel here for 5 years. The Strix and the Navy are no joke. By all means, if you want to go kill yourselves, that's all you're going to accomplish going that way. And without any sort of teleportation magic. Yes, well... Don't... Hang on. I've got... What are you trying to sense motive? Or just Val?
Oh, he was... Yes, I was... We were doing opposing bluff and sense motive checks on each other.
Yes,
That's kind of weird.
And he totally believes me!
Yes. Unfortunately...
Single-handedly, I say! Single-handedly!
That's actually a far-fetched one and gives you a penalty. Sorry. But he believes you for a second and is like, hey, you probably had help. But I'll believe you...
Alright, let's get out of this dirty place.
Yes, let's. This filthy place. Well, I have a stockpile down here. I suppose you'll probably need it more than I do, being brand new recruits to most of you. No offense, dwarf. and points at the experienced one. I have a stockpile here of trade goods in case I needed to bribe or buy anything in here. Oh, and I also have a wand. I can use it if none of you can.
What type of wand?
Ah, it is a wand of investigative mind. It's a lovely new spell from the Advanced Player's Guide, which lasts for 30 minutes. And basically, while it's active, you can roll twice for any appraised knowledge, linguistics, or spellcraft check. Take the higher result.
I have a question about wands, because I've never really played a caster person.
Yep.
How do I use a wand? Do I have to know the spell?
It has to be on the spell list for your class, even if you couldn't cast it at your level, basically. Or use magic device check the skill.
Okay, so I need to...
DC for wands is 20. But none of us can cast this since we're core, so...
Yeah.
Well, I have used
magic device.
Actually, that's not entirely true. It's a bard spell, it's a wizard spell,
But it's a bard spell in a book that we don't have.
That we don't have access
Yes.
Oh,
Alright.
Yeah, because we're core.
He can use it, however, because he's not core, he's an investigator. So
He's a cheater.
That's the fun thing.
He's a
Cheater.
cheater.
he's a cheater. He can cast it on you.
So if it's on my spell
Yeah,
list
with some luck it'll be on the Chronicle sheet and then we can get it.
Then you can get it. And the spell is discharged once you have used its benefits a number of times equal to your caster level. So of course in the case of the wand will be 3 times, as it is a 2nd level spell. And yes, the wand is, he says, I have about, let me takes out the notebook, I've got 6 charges left. So,
Well, if it comes down to it, I have lots of innate knowledge, and being able to roll twice would be nice.
excellent. And, too bad he didn't have this at the start. But the good part is, this is a really nice thing actually to have on a core Chronicle sheet, because it is actually a useful spell for very many scenarios. And
Yay, core.
ooh, there's even more non-core stuff on the Chronicle sheet. Not telling what. Anywho.
Oh, good.
We have to survive and escape first.
Yes,
Or
you
our
do.
characters will be spending the rest of our lives in Chelix.
Well,
We have 5 days to get out of here. Or 4, depending on how you count.
Well, it's actually like 3 days
Yeah.
because we spent like a day doing nothing.
Yeah,
you
we
still-
arrived on Monday, and so we have until, I guess it's Wednesday. So we have
We need to
until...
like get on a boat or
you
something.
need to,
and get
you
out
need
of
to
here.
be, you need to be gone basically before noon next Monday, and it's Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get out of this pit. Go see the gnome guy and get out of here.
Yeah.
All right.
do it.
Well, let's just climb out of this pit here while I,
Change
for
the
no
map.
reason at all, change you over to a different map.
That means we have to go
Pay.
initiative.
For no reason at all.
Of course not. Why would you ever think that? And
This is a pretty
feel free to
light module, actually, so far.
pretty much there are chances for combat earlier
We
on.
avoided them.
We walked around, took the tunnel, avoided, skirted them around.
As you come out of this tunnel, however, there are people waiting for you.
Is it a black dragon? Because I have experience with black dragons.
I think I'd be black dragon, racist.
Well, I don't have experience with other types of dragons.
So,
As you
do you have any black dragon friends?
I do not.
okay, You basically, the yellow square here, you can all see this, right?
No.
What yellow
I
square?
see 3 guys and the map.
No yellow square.
There's a guy.
No
There's a
yellow
guy.
square.
You don't see yourselves?
Yes.
Oh,
Here,
yeah.
Val's, but no
And
yellow
these
square.
3 guys.
Okay, here's...
Is there? Maybe they're underneath us.
Yep, that's basically the ladder you came out of. And
Okay.
they're courteous enough to allow you to descend out of the ladder, but not courteous enough to allow you to start climbing, as they're currently 15 feet above you, as is indicated on the map.
Okay.
And one of them steps forward, the man who actually has a name instead of being PM1 and PM2, and introduces himself. With by using time stops to get the villain monologue in. A gang of lightly armed thugs wait at the top of the ladder leading out of the guts. Past the rocky outcropping where the grate opens to the salty air, a small fleet of sailing boats flying the Chelish flag swarms the coast all the way to the harbor's entrance, the Pinch. "You're too late, Pathfinders," the leader shouts. "The Navy's just sneaked its picket boats in under the shore wall cannons and halted fishing. Your escape's cut off. Just give up and we'll send you our nicest one-way trip out of town." And, yes, this would be initiative time, unless you wish to surrender to them now and end the scenario. I'm guessing no.
Yeah, no.
Well, shouldn't we give them the opportunity to surrender to us?
You can try. They're going to laugh at you, but, you know, that's because currently they are very cocky and believe that despite the fact that there is a lot more of you than there are of them, they are somehow going to come out of this for the better, because, well, let's face it, they're not that bright. And oops. No worries, no worries. I just need a quick check of where is... Oh. Then there we go. I just need to go around all the place to find stats. That's okay. It's okay. Doopy-doopy-doo. That's not right. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. This is slight editing error. I'm noticing that their stats are completely screwed up, which leads to screwed up macros, which leads to me wanting to fix that rather than having you fight things that are very tier inappropriate. I love it when there's okay. They're pointing me in the wrong direction. Although with a level 5 in the party, you might actually be able to take the high tier.
Let's not push our luck too much.
Nah. There we go. Ooh. Okay.
My reach weapon.
Okay.
You're gonna have to climb out first.
And the leader The slowest of the bunch. Alright, Val. You are the first to react to these completely fair and reasonable demands of these three individuals.
Outstanding. What do they look like in terms of weapons wielded, etc.?
Lightly armed, per the description.
Yes. The main person who was doing all the talking is, in fact... Let me tell you exactly what he's... He is carrying a... He seems like a very well-armed person. He is currently carrying a heavy crossbow, but he has at his side a heavy flail, a sap, and on his back a halberd. He came well prepared, and he is wearing a suit of... What is that? Half plate? Yes, wearing a suit of half plate.
What about the other two? Do they have ranged weapons?
The other two have short swords and daggers, and forgot to bring their ranged weapons.
Outstanding.
And they appear to be wearing some sort of leathery type armor, perhaps studded with metal studs.
Well, I assume because of the altitude difference that they're all out of point-blank range. Because I think, just counting squares, they would be like 25.
Yeah, from where you're standing, basically.
And being down 15 feet means they're probably outside of 30 feet. So I will put 2 arrows into this guy with a rapid shot. And the height difference changes his AC, right? So you take care of it?
Yep, I'll take care of everything.
I miss with a natural 1.
Yeah.
On the first shot. And the second shot is not that much better.
Yeah, 1 and a 5. Those two go flying past him. As this one here, first one, draws a dagger and throws it at the halfling, Alton Highhill, because he just doesn't plain like halflings. I'm sorry, he's racist. Will a 16 hit your flat-footed?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna take a little bit of damage.
Not a lot, just a little bit.
By the way, are there ladders, or how would we get out of this pit?
By climbing.
If we weren't being attacked, was there a ladder leaning against it, or? Is it
there may have been one that these dastardly bastards removed. Maybe if somebody climbs up and... you can ask Ellendale about it. Yes, there was a ladder here. And if any one of you climbs up, then it's no problem for the rest of you. And he seems to strike quite precisely, that one.
I assume that was 8 damage?
That was 8 damage.
Ow.
He managed to get you in the kidneys with a dagger. And this one here is going to try and do the same thing to Grundrim.
Okay.
With probably less success. 16 flat-footed?
16 flat-footed. Let me check. Footed. No. Misses by 1.
Okay. That means no sneak attacking dagger on you.
Good.
Yep. Fellstone, you're up.
Well, I gotta get close to someone here. To go up the elevation, is that a difficult move?
It's not terribly difficult to climb, but it's going to take some climbing. You take a. If you were to take a guess, you would say that it's a very. I mean, it's sand and rock and slightly sloped. Shouldn't be too hard to climb out of that. Wouldn't even need to roll if as long as you've got a positive modifier and move at half speed. In fact,
is it easy terrain kind of, or is it difficult terrain?
It's basically the brown squares are gonna be difficult terrain. They are 5 feet up, but it's that's not a difficult climb. And then going up to here will be 10 feet more, which will be a very easy climb check. I'll just tell you that.
Okay.
If you weren't in combat, you would automatically succeed, but since you are going to need to give me a DC 10 climb.
Positive climb. So.
Yeah. I'd only consider this a difficulty for somebody who's walking around in full plate and a tower shield.
I should just double move and do that.
Yeah.
And that should do it for me.
That seems to work just fine. Then let's see. One.
Because it's different. Because it's my movement was 20, so I have 40. So that'll be move up here and move up here. So that's as far as I'm going. That's what I'm going to get.
That seems to work just fine. 1, 2, 3. Yep. What's your climb modifier?
7.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. It's easy enough to go up the easier parts. Like I said, the harder parts, trying to go straight up to 15 will require DC 10s, otherwise DC 5. So yeah, you're good. And you still actually have 5 feet left, I believe, if I'm counting correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. You do have 1 square left if you want.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll move here.
Alrighty.
I'm moving for me.
And Grunrim.
He's gonna say sick on it to Drang, who is going to make his way over to this guy. He has a movement of 50, so can Drang make it without needing a climb check?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So there's that. Shoot, modified down Drang's macro because I made it. Anyway, so Grunrim is going to take a shot at this guy.
Okay.
He's human, right?
Debatable, but yes.
Debatable. Okay.
He's
So
not
take
the prettiest man. Ow!
That includes the
14
blank.
points?
Yep. Oh,
Yep.
that
He is
modifier.
down and bleeding.
Okay.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, especially after that dagger. That dagger did kind of hurt.
Need to update that.
It's oh yeah, you're at 1 hit point. Yeah, that really hurt. Sneak attacks at first level, they can be nasty. Especially when they give them to people who actually have strength modifiers and everything.
What level are people, by the way?
3 level 1s, a level 2, and a level 5.
Oh. Okay.
You are exactly APL 2.
Alright.
You should be pretty good as far as combat goes. I don't really foresee much difficulties, although some level 1s might get hit from time to time for some damage.
Alton, you're up.
Yeah, I'm going to basically get close to Theon and ready until after Theon does whatever Theon's going to do.
Okay.
How many hit points you down, Alton?
8.
Alright, I'm gonna use Cure Light Wounds on you. Be like, mumble, 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 Sheldon loves you, Alton, and then touch his shoulder.
Oh. Bad luck.
Well,
Better than minimum.
better than
Barely.
minimum anyway. And that brings us to the captain, who's like, ah! And he takes his halberd.
Sorry, I was actually going to, like I said, after, what's his name, did something, I was going to just pull out my sling.
Okay. Sure. Sorry. This man over here, known as Gellius, is going to drop his crossbow, take out his halberd, go over here and poke that dangerous-looking creature that's moving up on him.
Okay.
Poke. And a 14 probably misses.
Let me double check. Just misses.
That will be the... And at the end of the round, Alandil walks over here, and wow, you get healed for 2, Alton, as he taps you with a wand. Alandil helps. It's always fun. He's helpful. He's helping. And Val.
Oops. Wrong button, sorry. I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So there. And shoot. This guy. No, this guy. The boss, Gellius.
Right?
Now he must be in point blank range.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
So 19 versus AC.
And you have precise shot?
I do.
Well, then you hit him for 7 points of damage.
Hey,
There's an arrow sticking out of his gut.
with spontaneous casting, can you burn a domain spell slot?
The domain spell slots, I believe, no. I think the domain spell slots are the only things you cannot burn. I think there's an archetype that does something with domain spell slots. I may be incorrect on this issue, and if anybody knows better than me, I admit to not having played clerics much. I love oracles.
I think you're right.
I was just wondering.
This one here is going to
That one's dead.
stop bleeding. Well, you know, just in case you want to interrogate anybody.
Interrogating with my freaking glaive.
This one here will see the dwarf approach. Pick up his... Oh yeah, he actually needs to pick up his weapon as a move action.
Ignore that square for now.
Ignore what now?
Ignore the square I just drew for now.
Okay.
You can see it, right?
Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so ignore for now.
I'm trying, but it's hard. It's big and it makes me curious. He's gonna come over here and try and shank you with a short sword.
Okay.
Does 18 hit you?
Can't
Yes,
break
it does.
huh? I'll take care of Baymax for you.
For 7 points of damage, Fellstone.
Ouch. Oh, well. Where's my health? There it is. Funk. Oh.
And it is now your turn.
Retribution!
Yes, he saves me the hassle of having to walk up to him. Okay, we're gonna try to flurry him.
Okay.
That works.
Wow.
McDonald's flurry.
Oops. That's unfortunate.
I'm going to retract the statement I made during character introductions where I said I hit things. Apparently I don't.
Yeah, you suck at hitting things.
I tried.
You're incredibly good at trying, and trying is important.
I'm sure he was impressed with the fist.
He's like,
Y-
whoa,
yes.
whoa, 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 whoa. You're like, you know, just like, what are you doing in front of me? It's like one of those kung fu movies where the guy's all like doing kung fu moves and the guy just shoots him.
Yeah.
Okay, now you want to surrender. You can see what you can do? Give up.
Yeah, there was a warning shot, right? That was like, hey,
Yeah, I could have hurt you if I wanted to, but...
But I was just showing you my moves.
Yes, exactly.
That guy.
So it's the other
Yep, this
nerd
that guy.
who
Uh-huh.
is now bleeding on the ground.
And Drang is going to attack the leader guy.
Let's see.
Probably missed.
Oh wait, yeah, you don't have it in the macro for the plus for human, or
Oh, that is included in the roll already.
okay, so he's not. That wasn't a 20 damage shot.
Yeah, it did 15 damage.
That's still more than enough to down him. And Drang going for.
Gallius, and he missed probably.
Well, he hits him. It's just that the plate that he's wearing is proving kind of tough on his teeth, so it doesn't quite have the effect you were hoping for.
Okay.
And Alton.
I had actually read it, so I should be after Theon.
That is true.
Alright, Theon is going to take a 5-foot step. He's going to grasp his holy symbol of Shellen and be like, I call upon you, Shellen, to aid my friends, and I'm going to do channel positive energy on all my allies except, so basically I'm going to exclude, because I got selective channeling, the 3 guys that are bad. I don't like bad guys. That's just a 1d6, I believe. So y'all heal 5 hit points. Woo!
Hey!
I'm doing
Cool.
absolutely nothing except healing. This is awesome.
Yay!
I was like, man, I gotta climb out of this pit. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm just sit here and
I'll
heal.
just stand here and heal.
So used to fighting, It's like, I'm not gonna fight.
And I mean, hey, what? You're doing Shellen's work.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was gonna cast Obscuring Mist, but Fellstone killed the guy. So.
I'm gonna use my sling on the only one that's still standing.
Yep, you have a shot at him. It just unfortunately bounces off the rocks. At which point it is time for him to
Surrender if you like. Shellen forgives.
He says, "Really?"
It's kind of weird having like a half-orc say that, but yes, Shellen forgives.
He says, "How about I go away and say I never saw you, and some of my men were just lost for no apparent reason, and I just
Cliff or something.
how does that sound fair?"
Sounds fair to me.
Sounds alright with me.
I'll just walk over here and start fishing until maybe 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
And not bother you at all.
May Shellen, bless your fishing endeavors. Give me all your money first.
I should have your money first.
Oh, of course,
That's a toll.
a toll. Yes, well, that seems only fair that they give you something. Hang on, let me see. Well, I've got these weapons. I've got my armor. Apart from, well, let me just.
You know what?
You already know. He does have something that might be slightly useful. Well, a lot of them. He has 2 potions of cure light wounds that he will happily barter for. Pretty much, and he says that. My men also were carrying some stuff. I don't think anybody will miss that. And you notice that if you loot both the rogues are each carrying a potion of cure light wounds, so that's 2. 2 flasks of acid, so total 4. A smoke stick and a tanglefoot bag, so 2 of each.
Well, thank you.
Nice.
Blessings of Shellen be upon you.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go fishing now with my halberd. Yes. That's how we do things in Pesach. Yep.
Spearfishing.
I won't be bothering you at all.
Okay, that was easy. Alright. I'm glad we were able to resolve this without violence.
I'm glad too. I'm sure that my men will actually his men will be fine.
Curse you in the afterlife.
They both made their stabilization checks. He's gonna drag them off later, and they'll actually both be fine.
Okay, well.
If you're, unless you want to off them.
No.
Not necessary.
Theon's alright. He's gonna give them the benefit of the doubt in the true fashion of a cleric of Shellen.
I mean, they're.
Let's go.
I mean, we're just following orders,
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. You make haste, and you see him eventually drag the guys away. And let me see, I need to do bookkeeping. Which means... there's so much bookkeeping in this scenario. Let's see. Yay.
Needs to hurry up and be July so I can get the new Weeby Goblins.
Wow. That is interesting. As you make your way back, you notice that there's a bit more of a presence of people sporting the old loyalist clothing standing around, which you notice, well, despite traveling underground because you're psychic, and they weren't lying. They've actually completely blockaded the town. They're not even allowing whalers out. So
They've blockaded access to the water?
Yeah.
they blockaded everything basically.
I wonder what the rebels are going to do about this.
Hi.
I have one final idea, Allendale says. It's a long shot, believe me. But hey, what you gonna do? Follow me. we're gonna go back to Popo's.
Alright, let's do it. I suspect we can make it work.
Popo is like,
It's,
he has an impressive beard, so I believe he can do anything.
Yeah. You all managed to make your way back to the academy. All fine and nice. As we find you here again. And and as soon as you come to the academy, Allendale remains quite quiet about this plan. He walks straight up to Popo and says, "All right, Popo, sail the whale now." His only response, a faint, anxious humming. "I know you don't want to stay here. You've been working on that thing forever. Let's get in it and get out of here." "No!" Popo marches up to Allendale. "I've been researching for months, but I need time to actually perform the last stages of the ritual properly. If I try to rush it, the whale might collapse, or explode, or sprout feathers, or any number of things that would normally be fascinating, but are not going to get us out of here. At least not in one piece. And I like being in one piece. Don't you? You're not going to have to wait a while. You're just going to have to wait a while. Now that's why we're all going to need to pray to Gozeri and Nithis that this works." Popo's voice drifts off, his bright eyes losing focus for a moment before he clears his throat and announces with renewed optimism, "What I'm saying is, of course, my ritual is a work of art. Just give me a little time and I'll have our flawless escape plan ready."
How long do you need?
Yeah, what's a little time?
What do you mean?
But-
What's the deal with the whale?
"About a day. Oh, well, don't worry. I'll explain in a second." And Allendale chimes in, "Don't worry. Popo's one of the most skilled wizards in the academy. He's just a bit prone to nerves when he's put on the spot." "Hey, I'm right here. It's a flawless escape plan." "Well, I have a whale carcass that I am going to magically animate, not using necromantic techniques. Rather, it's actually quite ingenious. Let me explain this properly. See, I am going to use the magic of the water and transmutation magic to turn the whale into a sort of ship that sails underwater."
Gnomes.
Yes.
I was not expecting that.
It's brilliant. There's no way it's going to fail at all.
Unless it doesn't get
That's not help us.
Allendale continues, "There is one more factor we still need to take into account. The loyalists we met at the docks are going to be watching the harbor like hawks. We need to create a diversion, and for that we need allies." He looks over at you. "I'm afraid I can't quite show my face around town anymore. Go to one of the factions, see if you can cut a deal for them to help our escape. Distraction, maybe. If I know Pezek, all of the factions are on guard after my announcement with spies all over the town, so I doubt that you'll get a chance to speak with a second faction. So, well..." And then suddenly Popo says, "One word of warning. Once you leave here, the Pathfinders are going to be blamed for everything, right?" Allendale shrugs. "Yeah? I don't care if the Loyalists tell all of Cheliax the Pathfinder Society caused everything that has ever gone wrong in town. Once we're out of here, I want nothing further to do with the society, and if you all have a lick of sense, looking at you, you'll make this your last mission too. The Society doesn't care about its agents. Why do you think they sent such an amateur team for my rescue? Papa replies, "Hey! They're right here! They're most definitely not perfunctory pathfinders. At any rate, if you want to counter the Loyalist lies, one of the factions might be able to help you there too. You know, if you want to preserve the Pathfinder's reputation."
So we need to find a distraction and some reputation redemption in one group.
If you want.
I want the secondary objective, yes.
Yeah, the secondary objective is probably a good idea.
The dock people, just because like they're more familiar with like the docks. So I mean, you have like the.
I guess I would ask Olendil if he has a particular recommendation about which factions may be best equipped to do what we need done. You know, I would assume the White Thistles are not particularly going to be that useful at creating distractions.
I really don't think the Alliance
Bunch of poets.
Loyalists are really going to be too much help either.
Well, we're fighting against the Loyalists, right?
Yeah, so I think definitely we should go with the dock people.
It's the Docktown or the Revolutionaries. Revolutionaries are probably more violent.
Well, I can tell you that if you want to talk to Docktown, you can talk to Auntie. If you want to talk to Messi, the White Thistle at the Inkwell. If you want to talk to the Galtons, you're gonna have to go to Madge's Noodle Cart and order 3 bowls of shrimp stuffed cabbage, and wait, and somebody will come to see you. So
yeah, let's go to Auntie. I'm not ordering
Sure.
more cabbage stuff.
Yeah, what's a shrimp?
yes, cabbage stuffed shrimp. I'm sure it's delicious.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but let's go to Auntie's. We'll get the
I can live with that.
behind us. Get the Teamsters to help us out.
Get the people of the docks to help you escape.
Yes.
That should certainly be doable. Alright. You head to Docktown.
Don't we have to go to Auntie's?
Auntie's is Docktown.
Okay.
Yep.
Auntie's is Pirate Town.
Yep. Well, and traveling around town, you notice that there's a lot of whispering and talking about how the Pathfinder Society is to blame for all these troubles.
That didn't take long.
Seems to be quite quick at doing this. So, arriving at Auntie's. Let's see. Will need me to. She's quite surprised to see you. Oh, it's you again. You've got. It's quite an interesting time you have stepped by. There's a lot of things happening. What would you like to discuss?
We need your guys' help to get Jack out of town.
She looks around.
And us.
And oh yeah.
She looks around. Come to the back room with me.
Oh great. Now we're gonna die.
Alright.
Nah,
Push. No, we're not.
we'll be fine.
Going to back office.
How much of a stockpile did Olendil have for us to use for bribing?
About 18 pounds.
Okay.
Nice.
Yep. She says, well, look, gathering a lot of members of the faction on such short notice would be difficult, especially since I'm not entirely certain if I can trust you. This fellow who goes by many names, I thought he was somebody completely different. And how do I know you're not? How do I know you are who you are? I propose a deal.
What are your terms?
There is a tower outside of town in Strix territory. And if you clear that area out, then maybe we should be able to help you get out.
We maybe will. That sounds like something we'd consider. Although, if we're going to do all this fighting for you, maybe you could throw in something extra.
Like what?
We also need. We need to counter all these rumors that the Pathfinder Society is responsible for everything bad that has happened with some replacement rumors that will be more effective.
Yeah.
Is there anything you could do to help with a disinformation campaign or a remedy to these heinous rumors that have been spread? If you could do both, we would certainly, be willing to take care of this tower for you.
I can do part of it at least. I'm afraid you're going to have to do some legwork yourselves, though, because there's only so and so much I can. I'll have no problem convincing members of my own faction and some others. But not everybody in town is going to listen to that. Perhaps.
What do you recommend?
Spreading counter rumors. Let's blame it on somebody else. That always works here in Pezix.
The Loyalists, perhaps? Everyone hates them.
Except for Loyalists.
Who cares about the Loyalists?
Yeah, I know. Screw them. Let's blame it on
Screw the Loyalists. Alright, well, tell you what. I have on hand, and no, I won't tell you how I got it, a nice book that you could plant at the tower after dealing with the Strix. It's a repurposed document from a Chelish naval officer praising the Strix for their assistance in raising the city during the Second Ashes and promising ongoing support. That'll make them look bad.
So the Strix will be our
scapegoat.
Fall guys.
And then
the Loyalists, basically.
We'll the Strix, leave the book.
Leave the book, make it look like the Loyalists and the Strix were working together, and everybody hates the Strix because, well, they helped raise the town. So, yeah, that could work, but you're also going to need to do a little bit of legwork yourself. And to do that, we're going to do that in a quick and easy manner. We're going to basically have each and every one of you get the chance to either roll me a diplomacy check, a bluff check, a craft check, perform check, or a sense motive check as you go about town spreading misinformation, crafting things that make the other guys look bad, outright lying to people, getting people on your side, performance for basically oratory or something, just to see how well you manage to.
Profession like brewer, because I got a profession brewer, so I could go work in the bar or something and give people booze and stuff and be like, I heard it was these guys. Does that count?
I am going to say that the fact that everybody loves beer means sure.
I love profession brewer. It's pretty awesome.
And everybody just give me one roll. I'll total your number of successes, and we'll see what happens.
What were the skills that we can use again?
Same bonus on most of them, so...
Can you hear me? My headphones have started going crazy.
Okay,
you can hear me.
Yep, I can.
Alright, this is mine is a perform oratory.
Okay.
I just don't have a specific macro for it.
It's diplomacy, bluff, craft, any perform, sense motive, profession brewer, or anything else you can convince me with that would work. It's fairly open.
I can do sense motive.
I'll use my reroll. There we go.
Here goes nothing.
So I didn't think a 13 was going to cut it.
You seem to do an excellent job. In fact, far better than I had actually expected. And I thought this would possibly be hard, but you make friends everywhere, and by the time you're on your way to the tower, everybody is already cursing the name of the Loyalists, the Aspis Consortium, and loving the Pathfinders for providing beer and various other things.
I'm gonna donate my trade goods too for the cause.
Oh, that will give you even more bonuses. Safely to say, I'll tell you that you've earned, well, close to twice what you would have needed in sub-tier 4 to 5.
Nice.
Nice.
By adding the donation as well. Yes. Because everybody's rolling 20s. All right.
It is roll 20.
Ah!
That was bad.
I know. Look, go kill some straight
Runner.
And since we are running quite short on time, we're going to also kill some Strix really, really fast. You arrive at the tower. The Strix are there. Feel free to arrange yourself around a little bit. And
Do we have time?
okay,
Do we have time to rest, so I can replenish my spells, or no? Has it been 8 hours?
You can rest. You know you have time.
Okay, because I definitely
Just some things might get harder the longer things take. Who knows?
Just need 8 hours.
Okay.
You guys don't want any healing. That's cool.
No, 8 hours. Me.
Yeah, that got everybody around.
Take the time.
I mean, I don't got much healing, but what I do got.
Most of the walls and floors of this tower have collapsed. Only fragmented pieces of the stone exterior walls remain standing. A large pile of burnt wooden planks and the shattered remains of furniture lie several hundred feet to the west of the ruin. Near the center of the ruin, a pile of bones rests in a 15-foot deep open grave. There are 2 Strix sitting on the walls. looking at you as you approach, and laughing at you as they draw their weapons. There's not going to be much of a discussion before this one goes off.
Yeah, I think we can dispense with the discussion.
Yeah. Has everybody re-roll? Oh, still got.
Give me a minute.
Let's see. Has everybody rolled a new initiative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Some people are in here twice. That's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to
We
be.
can only see them once.
You can only see them once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Once.
The 2 Strix. Yeah. That's good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, let me just.
Try refreshing your screen.
Well, I think there's some weird thing where the GM has, if you don't clear it,
Yeah, let's see.
if you can manually delete them, we can tell you which one is correct for each of us.
Val, what's your initiative?
8.6.
Okay, Alton.
He's
It
20.3.
was-
Sorry, it's 20.3.
Okay, Grunrim.
9.2.
Okay, Fellstone.
11.2.
Okay, which leaves us with Theon.
18.
Theon. Okay. I don't know why I did that for me, but anywho, yeah, there are 2 sticks there. They're carrying long spears at the moment, but you see they do have bows on their back. And they also have some sort of weird nets at their sides.
Can I roll knowledge something or other to learn something about sticks? I don't know anything about them. Or I might.
Sure,
I don't
they
care if
are.
I don't know anything about them.
Sure. Well, they're humanoids, so local.
16.
You know something about sticks. Sticks are a race of slightly deformed gray humanoids with wings who tend to be hated by everybody and hate everybody else, sort of. They especially hate humans because of racial tensions in the past, because they look weird and devilish and stuff, so they got persecuted and hunted, and they hate the humans back. And Styx is actually a race you can. It's not PFS legal, but it is in the advanced race guide. They did, and they fly.
Do they have any special attacks, poison or anything?
Nope.
Like that?
They've got wings, and they have a bonus against humans, hatred against humans.
Oh yeah, I'm an orc. What up?
All right.
Yep, that means you too. You're half human.
Damn it. No, I'm half elf, yo. I'm half orc, half elf.
Ah.
Why can't I choose what my other half is? That's so racist.
Oh
That's
yeah.
a score.
Yep. All right.
I'm not
The advanced
human at
race
all.
guide, but
Mark, you're up first. You might be muted.
Mark.
Mark is muted.
Mark.
I have to stay muted or there's echo. I'm moving and, I don't know, readying for if they get within 30 feet of me for my range.
Okay. And you're going to attack them with...
It'll be a sling, but I mean, I doubt they will have got bows. They're further out than I am, so I'm probably not doing anything.
Okay. Theon.
I am going to cast Obscuring Mist. 20 feet square, 20 feet high. Right there.
How does that work?
I don't know. It's a really cool spell.
It's
It's a misty vapor arises around me. It's stationary. The vapor obscures all light, including dark vision, beyond 5 feet. A creature 5 feet away has concealment, 20% chance being missed. Well, 20% chance, miss chance. Creatures further away have total concealment. Okay, and a moderate wind, such as a gust. Wind spell disperses the fog in 4 rounds.
But if you're inside the mist, you can't attack out, I assume?
No, but I did that to protect you from, the bad guys. You can step out if you'd like.
But no, I'm not in it right now. If I move into it, I won't be able to see them anymore, and so that would be disadvantageous.
It also blocks. It's also 20 feet high, so it's blocking off at the moment. Well, just double.
People,
Let's see. Well, what is the range increasement on weird racial weapon? Okay, not great, but that's okay. The Styx over here is going to
sailing away.
fly on over and provoke an attack from Alton High Hill. Sadly, that misses as he throws a net at you. And I believe that will probably... It's a 12 touch. I'm guessing no.
No.
Ah, you don't get netted. Fellstone.
You're in this awesome mist, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what we get to do. I mean, this guy is up in the air, you said?
Yep, they're flying around. He's about 30 feet high in the air. Kind of annoying, like.
You can hang out with me, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'll move down here just a bit.
I can see you, yay!
Yeah, I'll move one more down here.
I can still see
Just in case I'll cover Vel. I don't have any ranged weapons, so.
Okay. Gunrim.
I'm just going to shoot at this guy.
Okay.
Sorry if I ruined your plans.
No, it's alright.
I just like that.
Obscuring Mist is pretty cool.
Including the relevant modifiers, 20 to hit for 7 damage.
7 is with point blank. No, wait, yeah, he's 3 feet in the air. He will take 7 points of damage, and he will take a fly skill check to... because he's just been hit. Let's see what his fly skill is. And he manages to stay airborne.
Good for him.
But he doesn't like you much now. The other guy is going to... fly on over here, dropping to about 15 feet as he throws a net at you, Grunrim.
Alright.
And a 7 touch will just sail on past. And leaving him very sad at not being able to show off his racial weapon. Notice it's barbed, the net, and could probably be really nasty if somebody were to fly around and while you're still entangled in it. It's kind of cool. Anywho, Val.
I'm going to 5-foot step and put 2 arrows into this guy.
Okay.
First one, probably misses. Second one, 18 versus AC.
That will hit.
I'm like,
Or 7.
how did you slay a dragon by yourself now?
He
Very
will
carefully.
stay aloft. But he looks very wounded. I think you're seeing his health bars, right?
No.
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 Okay.
No, no.
Oops. You're square.
Well, I'll take
I'm gonna move 5 there and
Looks
do another
very
shot.
good.
I think that'll hit.
That will hit, and that will come so close to knocking him out. He might actually fall. Still needs to make that check. He's good. He is looking very, very wounded.
Oh, my turn.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't say anything. Tired.
Oh, I got a spell-like ability, I think. Yeah, I do. I got lightning arc. I don't know what that does.
Shoots lightning at people.
Yes, I'm gonna use that on lightning arc on the one that looks almost dead. This one, right?
You have to move first. You can't see them.
Oh. Can I move and do it at the same time?
Yep.
Alright. Alright, then I'll do that. Or I'll get out of this Val's way. He needs all the help he can get. 1d6 damage or something? Yeah, 1d6 electricity.
Yeah. It's a touch attack,
It is?
basically. Yeah. So it's your base attack plus dexterity.
Stupid character sheet.
The easiest way I found in doing this is just rolling a d20.
Yeah,
And,
we'll see if that does. Oops.
2d0.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think I hit him.
you have hit him. Does it do, what, 1d6 any plus?
That's 1d6 electricity.
And you now have a fried Strix, who then falls 30 feet, takes even more damage,
Dude, clerics are awesome.
and looks like he is beyond hope as he splats on the ground, and the other one goes,
I
"No!
didn't even know I had
I will
that.
kill you for that." And his turn is going to be, say, doing absolutely nothing as he's dead.
I can do that 6 times a day. Crap. Cool.
Yep. Clerics are cool. Fellstone.
That guy's still up in the air?
Yep.
Ah. Not even there. Okay, well, we're going to go to the edge of the cloud here.
Yep.
And just peek out, go, huh? Anybody down the ground? Trap. No. Okay, I'm done.
Oh well. Conrad.
Rapid shot.
Pew pew.
Oh, wait a second. Did I include that macro? Just checking. No. I don't have it, I don't think. Never mind. Wrong character. I'm thinking about my hunter.
Take 2 shots and -2 from the hit. That works.
No, I don't have the feat. I mean,
Oh well.
Yeah.
Okay, that
so just one got it and it missed.
Wow.
Not one.
natural 1 will unfortunately always miss.
Yes.
This one here is going to be incredibly angry. He's going to swoop. Let's see. How far does he have to go? Okay, and he tries to impale you with
that provokes.
he's using a spear, and
I
he's
have a glaive that has a 10-foot reach.
well, then you can attack him when he goes away, basically. But we'll count it now. I'll definitely hit him. But first, he's going to try and spear you. Or wait. Yeah, doesn't matter. Not so much. Even with his bonuses. But he'll take that 8 points of damage from you, and then it's going to keep on flying. Because he seems to be trying to fly away. He seems to not like his odds at the moment. Val?
Where is he? I need to scroll down? Okay, there he is. Yeah, as I am a bard and just remembered my class ability, I'm going to 5-foot step while beginning a bardic performance to give everyone, including myself, inspire courage.
I did just say that he was running away.
I can still shoot 110 feet, and he attacked us.
Yeah.
So I am going to put 2 arrows into him.
Well, starting a bardic performance is a standard action, so...
Is it? No, it's a free move action.
It's a move action at level 7, sadly.
Yeah, you have to use
then I'm not going to start it. I'm sorry, I misunderstood my mechanics. I'm just going to shoot him.
It's certain bard types can start it as a swift action, for instance, but then it only affects them.
Alright, the first shot must miss, the second shot probably hits.
It does indeed, and he needs to make a fly... Oh,
so sad.
oh, let's see. He has 2 hit points and is about to take 3d6 points of falling damage. He's dead.
That's what you get, sucker.
Yep. You have killed the Strix.
Can we plant the book somewhere now, like in a corner, or by the statue up here?
You plant the book and hastily make your escape before any more Strix come, because in the distance you hear howls of more of them approaching.
Sounds good. Let's get out of town.
Mess with the wrong people.
Yep.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Everything's in place.
Let's get out of the whale now.
Poppo is ready to patch up the hidden whale carcass, and you've already rested. You can rest again if you want to, because, like I said, it takes them a day to do all that stuff.
Well,
Sounds good.
And
sure.
You use a secret tunnel near the God's exit to Whaler's Point that leads to the Smuggler's Grotto. A few rays of sunlight streak into the narrow grotto to glint from the ocean. Sorry. Outside to the shallow water within. Poppo sloshes through the water to pull at a stepping stone in the middle of the cavern. It dislodges with a pop, and a small swirling whirlpool gurgles it in its place. "Quick!" Poppo says, as low but urgently as he can. "Into the blowhole!" The carcass is wedged in the inlet, which is much deeper than it appears. The whale itself is cavernous, its throat littered with improvised tools, sealed kegs, and broken bits of small boats. An intricate ritual circle glows on one of the interior walls of the whale's body. Poppo seals the blowhole behind Allendil and you with a large iron porthole. "All aboard, or setting sail, or whale." I haven't figured out the jargon yet.
Shallon appreciates your puns.
Let's get going. And of course, You all sail away happily ever after, and nobody tries to kill you.
Yeah.
Until now.
Damn. That'd have been cool.
As you can place yourselves where you're inside a whale. A lovely map was provided, and I'm actually going to move you over here so you can see where you are. Because, yeah. And as you can see, those two green spots, those used to be the whale's eyes, basically. They're now big glass things that you can look through.
There's a floating body in here.
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
What? It's not on the GM layer?
It's just in the background art.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Yes, there's a floating body there because...
Couldn't have got rid of the body, dude.
That would have taken me an extra day. Couldn't do that. Don't mind the hidden body. It's not like it's gonna do anything. Anywho, let's go. As the unlikely vessel sets out, your actions catch up with you. Dum dum dum.
The what catches up?
As well, the loyalists. As you however, you did manage to get help from the docks to help you out, and it depends on who is helping you out and who you pissed off the most, how this goes. What happens exactly is, I think, the most hilarious when you get dockside to help you, which is fun. As you are sailing away, riding the whale, suddenly you hear that people seem to be approaching and in small boats, and you look out and you see that there are indeed boats approaching from either side, and suddenly let's see, here it goes. They ready some sort of weird weapons that look like they have spears mounted at the end.
Harpoons.
Harpoons, and they'd smile, pointed at the whale, and push the button, and what happens is that nothing happens. And they go like, what? And then suddenly the harpoons, and when they lower the thing down a bit, then the harpoons fire and drag them over the side of the boat. And into the water, and you can hear a surprised cry coming outside. Where did you buy these worthless harpoons? Followed by 4 resounding splashes.
That's awesome.
And unfortunately, some people do still manage to make it into your whale.
It's like Pinocchio.
Yeah, only with more violence, or if that is possible. There's a lot of violence in that.
Oh,
Anywho, because with magic suddenly bursting from the front entrance, so to speak, comes a woman and a team of 2, well, thuggish looking people. Shout out to you to stop and hand over our prisoner, and we'll let you go. I have people I have you surrounded by my men who are boarding the whale as we speak. Which you know is not true, because the harpoons failed.
Well, he's not your prisoner if he's not in your custody. So F off.
Don't talk semantics. Don't talk semantics with me. Hand him over, or I start blasting you with magic.
Yeah, go for it.
And I believe we're going for initiative. I'm just gonna wipe everything so that it doesn't cause me a problem. And
Oh, wait. I don't know what I did. There we go.
let's see, what's the sailors? Added initiative. And
I'll be back in a minute.
one final bit of something, something, something. All right. Oh, she manages to win initiative. That's okay, because she's kind of worthless in the low tier as far as spells go. No fireball this time.
Good for us.
Yep. I'm even wondering what I'm going to have her do with her limited spell selection. Right. Take that, you wannabe poet, and points a finger at the front man here. Val.
I am not a poet. I am an orator.
Bam! Take 5 points of damage from him. You have been magic missiled. Be afraid. And Alton.
Ready my sling for someone in range.
Interesting. The person in range is not going to come from the direction you're expecting. As the corpse suddenly stands up.
Ah, come on.
See, ignore the corpse. I don't think so, buddy.
And you go like, what? And
Ignore
can
the
shoot him
corpse
with a
to get rid of the
crossbow.
damn corpse.
Trixie,
Suddenly
Trixie.
stands up and moves with frightening speed for something that should be dead. And tries to go for Fellstone back there. But you can, if you want to, shoot it with your bludgeoning rock first.
I'm gonna hold off. I think there's more exciting stuff on the other side.
Yeah, that isn't in combat, in cover, and possibly resistant to that sort of damage type. And this guy's gonna punch you, Fellstone, because that's what he does. Ow. 21?
Yeah, that's going to hit.
You have been punched for 9 points of damage from the thing that looked dead just a few moments ago.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
Nobody saw that coming. It's just a corpse there for no apparent reason. Theon.
I'm gonna take a
There seems to be things happening at all sides.
Take a 5-foot step and then stab with my glaive slashing damage thingy.
Oh. Well, that will certainly put quite a dent into that poor thing. You look to nearly carve it in half, in fact, with that.
Oh, damn. Oh, it's a masterwork cold iron glaive. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm back. Finally.
Oh, no.
It's got, yeah.
Else down.
It's very, very damaged. But it's still hanging in there.
Put him down.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to flurry him.
Okay.
Come on, big bucks, no whammy. Yay!
There you go.
Hey!
And
21 and 9.
okay. Here's a shocking revelation. The first blow will actually manage to punch the zombie down. As soon as that happens, a disgusting little creature jumps out of it.
And did you punch that?
And you can direct your second attack at that if you wish.
I wish.
Which unfortunately does not hit. It is a tiny little thing with small tentacles that seems to have been controlling the thing. It just bursts out of its head.
Pretty gross.
Wait,
Pretty much.
why does this sound familiar?
Knowledge something?
Well, religion would... Actually, no. This is dungeoneering to recognize what this particular thing is.
Yeah, I'm not going to recognize it with the player's thinking, wait, this sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's like, huh, okay, there's a tiny little thing there with weird tentacles.
And I'm going to 5 foot back.
Yep. Sounds like a plan.
Good for me.
And sailor number 2 is going to be provoking an attack from that sling of yours. And
Nope.
are you sure? Yeah, okay, no. It was close though. Hang on. And he, with bow drawn, shoots you right back. Nope. And the other one walks over to here and shoots you as well because you're standing there and nope. Aw.
I'm the only one that was attacking them at this point, so makes sense.
Yeah. I wasn't really worried about them doing much. They were +2 to hit. Val.
Dungeoneering to recognize the thing behind us.
Yes, and you wish you hadn't.
I want to know which to attack.
Actually, it's not going to be much of a threat anymore, though. It is what is known as a lesser incut illis. Weird, lovely little name. And you may get 2 questions about it.
How threatening is it at this point? You know, strength of attack, that sort of thing.
Well, as a full-round action, it can drive its lesser tendrils into any helpless, small or medium creature occupying its same square, and pump the victim full of poison and chemicals. A victim who fails a fortitude save becomes a zombie-like puppet under its control. If you succeed, you're unaffected.
I assume you can't do that to the body that we already killed once?
Nope, it's too destroyed to do anything.
Okay.
And Any damage, any attack that deals damage to the zombie also deals damage to the Incutilus, regardless of how much damage is dealt. Area affecting spells affect both the puppeteer and the zombie. A character can attempt to attack just the Incutilus, but taking a -4 penalty on the attack roll. Killing him will destroy whatever he's controlling. And yeah, at this point, unless one of you drops, it's going to be scramming.
Alright, I'm going to ignore it, and I'm going to rapid shot first arrow into the first pirate.
How do you know he's a pirate?
Whatever. That's 21 with point blank for it to hit.
Yep.
10 damage.
He screams in pain as the arrow gets him in the gut. He starts sort of looking behind him, looking for an exit.
Standing.
He barely stays standing, but he's looking for an exit strategy.
Alright, I'm going to fire my second arrow at the other guy. 19 to hit. For 8.
Yep.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's 30 feet, right?
Yep.
Barely. Yeah.
He doesn't look quite as injured, but he also looks like at the point of saying, "Hey, maybe I should run away now. This isn't going
Don't mess
too
with
great."
my buddy Alton.
Grundrum? These two guys look like they're running away. The weird creature behind you seems to want to scuttle off because it has nothing to occupy, at least as long as you're not killing anything. And there's a sorceress who's doing magic missiles, but she doesn't seem to be backing down, though, quite yet anyway. She still hasn't taken any damage and is quite full of herself.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, Drang he says the Drang's sick, so Drang runs right between those two guys. Which might be bad, but oh well.
That is fine.
Okay, and he's going to shoot. He's one square outside of point blank. So, including all relevant modifiers.
You drop her.
Alright.
And the sailors sort of say, so maybe if we drop our stuff, can we leave, please?
Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Sure, sounds good.
Empty your pockets, too.
We don't have anything in our pockets.
Take her
I
body
swear.
with you because I don't want this snail thing to like.
Exactly. Get out of here.
You stomp on the snail thing.
Alright, cool.
Basic. They're like, we got bows and we got scimitars.
Drop it all and leave. Hurry, before the whale like so reach in your mind.
Okay, here you go. Run! And they run away.
Yay!
Sounds good.
We escape gloriously.
You gloriously escape. She's slightly more dangerous at the higher tier. At this tier, she's a level 1 wizard. You need to shoot her once.
Oh.
Pew pew.
Yeah, level 5 shooting a level 1 is really unfair.
Okay.
She has 8 hit points, man. You should feel bad.
Oh,
I do kinda.
So you could have rolled a 1 and taken her down.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Our armor class is probably not great either. I should have mage armor.
Let's link up with our buddy and get out of here.
Yeah, let's go! To the Batmobile.
To the whale-mobile.
Hang on, he's tired. He had to wake up in the morning to like do stuff. Why don't you go back to bed?
Say what now?
Nothing.
When you return to the grinning pixie, Venture Captain Benari's face breaks into a broad grin. You lot had me worried. I watched the blockade closing in, and I was starting to think maybe I'd need to send in a retrieval team for you too. So tell me, what happened in there? Benari listens intently to your PC's report, which I'm going to hand wave if you don't mind. Because
it's very comprehensive.
It's very comprehensive. Occasionally
and
jumping in with
entertaining
her own...
because I am a renowned bard.
And, of course. Occasionally jumping in with her own comments and suggestions for embellishments. Get the story ready for the Chronicles. She basically tells you to lie and make it sound more interesting. And
there was also a black dragon.
Oh! Wow!
That we fought and brought down single-handedly.
She pulls you to the side and says, "No, you're supposed to embellish. You're supposed to embellish. You say something like a Drake. They'll believe that."
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Ma'am. But okay. Half-orc woman, you know.
Well, you know,
I think...
half-orc man, half-orc woman. What's up?
And, Allendale... Allendale, is... Benari offers him a sincere apology for, how long he's been stranded there. And... in reply, he apologizes to you guys for being so rude to you and calling you newbies and the like, and says that I will need time to reflect on this experience before I decide what my future with the society will hold. However, you all saved my life, and for that I am grateful. At the very least, I will complete my original mission and share with you what I have learned of the situation in Cheliax as it relates to establishing a foothold for a new Pathfinder Lodge, as well as everything I know about the current situation in Pezek, which is volatile to say the very least. With his information, the Society gains a significant advantage in future expeditions in Western Cheliax. Whilst some bridges may have been burned in Pezek, not all of them are. His knowledge of potential safe houses and Chelish politics sets the groundwork for future Society expeditions in the region. And... let's see. You managed to get Allendale out of Pezek alive, or hand him over to the Loyalists and interrogate him. That is
wow.
You got your primary success condition.
Really? You can hand him over to the Loyalists?
I might have considered that in the beginning.
You can hand him over to the Loyalists and then interrogate him. Torture optional. That is possible. Secondary success condition is protecting the Society's reputation in Cheliax by countering Loyalist propaganda to get an additional prestige point. You also achieve the secondary success condition if you turn Allendale over to the Loyalists and defeat the tricks of the Loyalist behest, because in that case the Loyalists don't spread any propaganda to begin with.
That would have been awesome. Ah, crap.
There's no faction specific stuff, but you all do nevertheless get there is a boon for everybody on this chronicle sheet, which is kind of cool. Skillful barterer. Your experience bartering in Pezek prepares you to negotiate without coin. Once during a scenario while in a settlement of at least 100 people, so pretty much everywhere, you may trade up to 300 gold pieces worth of non-magical equipment for non-magical equipment of equivalent value. You may not receive coins, gems, or other money as part of this trade. After you use this boon, cross it off your chronicle sheet. So if you go to a scenario and like, oh, there are swarms everywhere. I didn't bring anything to deal with them and I have no money. But I've got this horse and this stuff I don't need. You can go and trade it for alchemist fire and the like. It's kind of nifty at lower levels. It might come in handy.
Oh, this is kind of cool, yeah.
And as far as core goes, the Wand of Investigative Mind with 6 charges only costs 540 gold, so that's going to be useful. It's also a nice partially charged Wand of Mage Armor that the Sorceress Wizard at the end was carrying. And some scrolls, Pearl of Power, Oil of Daylight, stuff. And you get access to buying snag nets, which are normally Strix-only weapons. They're, of course, exotic, but now if you really, really want to, you can be a snag net expert.
Wait, but the feats aren't in the core book, so do we have access to them?
Yes, you get
Yeah.
actually on the chronicle sheet.
Because
Yeah,
they're
on the chronicle sheet, you can break the rule.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Yeah. They're basically like throwing a lasso at people. You entangle them. Only once you've entangled them, you can then attempt to trip them and grapple them from a distance. They're weird weapons.
Well, this certainly was a fun scenario. Thank you so much, GM.
Thank you very much. Has everybody gotten their day jobs and boon rolls off? Let me just...
I got the ones I need to.
Here's my boon roll.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed now.
Sounds like a plan.
Later.